2 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. I will call this special joint meeting of the Milpitas City Council to order and with the Housing Authority on June 9th, 2026. City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 60 languages with Wordly. It's accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays. So by scanning the QR code on the upper right-hand corner of the agenda, you can find that. So back to today's business. City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Here.
Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Lien.
Here.
Mayor Montano.
Here. Okay, so before we adjourn to closed session, City Attorney Curtis, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one item for closed session today. It is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, employee position, City Attorney.
Thank you very much. I will call for public comment on the closed session item. Please note that tonight's public comment will be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make a comment on the closed session item?
I have no speaker cards for the closed session item, Mayor.
Is there anyone on the floor that would like to make a comment? Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session. Okay. members. Okay, it is now 5:10. We will come back to order. We will, that noise, we will, if the city attorney has anything to report out?
Uh, Thank you, Mayor. There is no action to report at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so now we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone rise. And who wants to lead? Okay, we'll have Councilmember, Vice Mayor Barbadillo lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so now we will have the invocation, and Councilmember Lamb, would you please? You have the honor.
Thank you, Mayor. As we gather this afternoon in the month of June, let us take a moment to reflect on the opportunities and responsibility that come with serving our community. Let us approach today's meeting with wisdom, patience, and respect for one another. May we listen with open minds, engage in thoughtful dialogue, and work together to address the needs of our residents. Even when we might hold different viewpoints, let us remain united by a shared commitment to serving the public interest and strengthening our city. May our decisions be guided by integrity, fairness, and a vision for a brighter future. Let us honor the trust that our residents have placed in us and fight to make choices that benefit our community today and in the future. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lamb. So now we will move on to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that is not on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the city council meeting in person. Public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. So call for speakers, city clerk.
For public forum, I have one speaker card from Rob Means.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Council, and welcome to Milpitas, Mr. Hopkins. Hope you have a long stay here. I'm going to bring folks up to date a little bit, and perhaps yourself also, about the VTA, the Valley Transportation Authority. They're investing somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million a week in digging the BART Borough. And that concerns me because I don't think that they're going to get the funding to actually finish the project. So I spoke to them, and this is what I said: that most board members believe that somehow VTA will secure the funding for the BART Borough. Over this past year, I have argued that the $5 billion from the federal government won't come because the corrupt Republican regime hates California. So let's say we force the regime out of power in 2029. What mess will we inherit? The regime is actively destroying our government agencies along with standard policies and procedures. How long will it take to rebuild a system that doles out $5 billion? And will the system be the same? Or will a new one be created that ranks low those projects with poor ROI numbers, return on investment numbers, like the BART Borough? How long is the VTA board willing to wait before thinking about Plan B? We have a representative from the council on the VTA board, and the rest of this council also needs to back up whatever decision will be made because it's affecting all of us taxpayers. Please consider that moving forward. Thank you.
We have one more public speaker card from Yoli Garcia.
Hey, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Yoli Garcia. I'm a longtime resident of Milpitas. The recent issue regarding our Milpitas pantry is very concerning. And I'm hoping before any city decision is made, the council will allow and schedule a separate meeting for Milpitas residents to be able to come in, make comments, and have a discussion. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards at this time.
You have no more?
No additional speaker
Okay,
cards, Mayor.
is there anyone from the public that would like to come and speak? Okay, we have Mr. Montemayor, welcome.
The mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, our new city manager, and staff. Thank you. Anyway, I also want to, I just want to express my feeling of what's happening in the world, some calamities, some problems out there. You know what I mean already. But anyway, as I heard from the invocation, I like that. Thank you, City Council Member Lam. Yeah, we had 10 topics of public hearings and the leadership. But I used to, anyway, this should not be my statement. I used to finish the whole meeting, but this time maybe some people, I cannot be in two places at the same time, but I'll try to be here. And there's a lot of decision here, so we hope that we will decide to the best of our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. So now moving on to the reading of the City Council Code of Conduct.
Mayor, we still have to have the conflict of interest and campaign contributions.
Oh, that's right, go ahead. City Attorney,
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I would ask the mayor and each city council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
I have none.
Councilmember Chua,
None.
Councilmember Lamb,
None.
Councilmember Lien,
None.
Mayor Montano.
none.
I'd ask that the record reflect no reported conflicts. And Mayor, members of the Milpitas City Council, I would ask that you also please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
None.
Councilmember Chua,
None.
Councilmember Lamb,
None.
Councilmember Lien,
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
I'd ask that the record reflect no reported conflicts.
Okay, thank you for that. And so now moving on to the Milpitas Council Code of Conduct. I will go ahead and read this one here. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Use electronic devices appropriately while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Okay, so now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes before making a motion? Anyone? Councilmember? We have Councilmember Lin. Okay, hold on a minute.
No changes on it, Mayor. Move to approve the consent, the agenda. Second.
Okay, so it was a motion by Councilmember Lin to approve the agenda and seconded by Councilmember Chua. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, thank you for that. So next, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Does staff have any comments to make? I don't see anyone. So let's see if it's okay to proceed with the agendized item. So we'll call for public comment on the consent calendar. Anyone from the public?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, so I am going to pull item 4, C4, and item C5. And is there a motion? And I need a motion in a second. So we have Councilmember Lin.
Move the consent item except for C4 and C5.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Councilmember Lin and seconded by Councilmember Chua. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you. Okay, so so City Attorney, should I go ahead and discuss the one that I pulled or wait till after?
I would say mayor's prerogative. Each council does it slightly different, so wherever you want to put it in the agenda.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and, I'll go ahead and wait till the end of the agenda. All right, so then now moving on to public hearings, City Manager?
Madam Mayor and Council, item number 10 is adopt a resolution to approve the fiscal year 26-27 proposed operating budget for the City of Milpitas and the Milpitas Housing Authority, approve the fiscal 26-27 GANs appropriations limit, authorize various financial actions, fiscal policies, and budget guidelines, and amend the classification plan for alignment with the FY 26-27 proposed operating budget. The minimum wage increase and salary schedule consistent with previous council actions. Our staff contact on this is our finance director.
Good afternoon, Mayor Montano.
We have one council member that wants to say something. I guess before we start, go ahead, Councilmember Lamb.
The city annual budget plan is one of the most important documents reviewed by the city council each year. It reflects our community's value and priorities, determine how public funds are spent, directly influence the quality of service, facilities, and programs that support our residents and business throughout the years. As council members, it is our responsibility to carefully review the budget, ask questions, and ensure the taxpayer dollar are being used effectively, efficiently, and transparently. It is also our responsibility to provide effective oversight, uphold accountability, and ensure that public funds are managed responsibly and in the best interest of our community. Reviewing the budget and asking questions is one of our most important responsibilities as elected officials. The budget is hundreds of pages long and involves hundreds of millions of tax dollars. For that reason, careful review, detailed analysis, and thoughtful discussion should be encouraged. Effective governance requires preparation, engagement, and respect for colleagues who are diligently carry out their oversight responsibilities. Our residents deserve a council that is informed, thoughtful, and committed to understanding the budget before making decisions on their behalf. By taking the time to review the detail, evaluate priorities, and discuss potential impacts, we can make sound financial decisions that strengthen our city's fiscal health and ensure public resources are used in a manner that best serves our community, both today and in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Continue, City Manager. Oh, we have one more here. Councilmember Lian.
Thank you, Mayor. And at the last Tuesday's meeting, we've gone through the budget. All questions were asked. Answers were given. And most importantly, we have the interim, the acting chief, not acting chief, acting city manager. And our new city manager confirmed that that was a solid document. So I move to support and adopt this and not to discuss further.
Are you making a motion?
Yes, I just did.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there, there was a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seeing none, it died. Let's move forward. City Manager?
Can I comment from you?
Well, since everybody is making a comment, I guess it's appropriate to to go ahead and let everyone make a comment if they choose so. And this is just one time. How are you at?
Sorry, Mayor, it's gonna be brief. I just want to thank Councilmember Lam for reiterating the duty of a council member, and hopefully, with everybody here, seems the room is full, that we understand the process of budget and we come to a dialogue and see what we can do to pass this budget tonight. More questions later. Hopefully the questions will answer questions that would help us make a decision prudently with regards to the adoption of the budget. I'll reserve.
Okay. Is there anyone else? All right. Is there anyone else? Okay, let's move on. City Finance Director?
Good evening, Mayor Montano, Vice Mayor Barbadillo, Council Members Chua, Lian, and Lam. It's a pleasure to be here tonight with you. To my left is the City of Milpitas Budget Manager. Before you are all the directors of the city, and they come here along with others to provide support in answering any of your questions. I do want to once again say thank you to my colleagues for their work and their teams for putting in a significant effort into the document that we produced. I have no intentions of doing a presentation today. I think our time is best served responding to any questions you might have. Our presentation from last time is available if you want to talk to a particular screen. I just ask for your patience in pulling up that screen. We have provided you with significant amounts of documents to respond in writing to many of your questions, and we will continue to fulfill those requirements. Some of those are pending a little bit of deeper dive, but in essence, that we stand before you at your service to answer any questions as you wish.
Any comments from our council? I personally would like for you to show the slide, because I think that the audience deserves to see what the budget is, and then the questions will come at the end.
Of course.
Okay. Are you guys okay with that, council members? Yeah, fine. No questions till at the end.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm going to briefly go through our presentation that we did for you last week over the 26-27 proposed operating budget. This will include our 5-year forecast, the budget adoption, and the recommendations. Next slide, please. Included in this, we'll go through our budget processing calendar, the economic outlook, our 5-year forecast, narrowing our structural deficit, our gap, showing the changes from last year to this year, our budget overview for 26-27, the proposals, which will have a net general fund impact of $0, go through our reserves and our Section 115 pension trust fund, a quick capital improvement program update, and one-time funded projects that we had been brought up previously, and we'd like to have those for consideration. And then finally, we'll close it out with recommendations. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just the budget process in our calendar. As you can see, this is a strategically long-term budget process that we do that starts in December with our statistically valid community survey. We give our CIP came to you in February. We came back in March with our preliminary 5-year forecast. We came back in April for the user regulatory 5-year fee study update. In May, we did the CIP adoption and our community employee town halls. And then in June, last week and this week, we are doing our budget adoption, hopefully bringing the budget for you to consider and adopt, as well as you approved last week the specific fees, and we'll bring back those at a later date, the ones that were not part of that process. Next slide, please. Okay, so our economic outlook, the Milpitas, you can see our unemployment is setting at 3.7% as of March. Our U.S. inflation is 2.4%, and the Bay Area CPI is 3.8, which is our median home price is $1.585 million. And then, as I mentioned before, our Section 115 pension trust fund, which was originally established in 2022, I believe, was at $33 million at the time that we started this, has grown to $44.6 million. Next slide, please. Our 5-year forecast is updated from the original presentation we provided you back in March. This is because of updated numbers, updated expenditures and revenues, which is expected. Our current, for 26-27, we are estimating a surplus of $1.3 million, a small deficit at the moment in 27-28 of 1.6, and finally over the 5-year forecast, a deficit of 16.6 million. Bring in mind though, this is a reduction from the prior last year's final forecast that we had brought you. Originally, we had a 16.4 million in February of 2020, 25-26 in that February forecast, and that's been brought down to 6.2 in our forecast for 27-28. I'm sorry, 28-29. But in the out years, we brought that forecast down from structural deficit of $40 million to 16.6 this year. Next slide, please. So refinements since March, when we originally brought this forward. Originally, we had brought forward that the adopted amended budget at midyear was $150.9 million. For 26-27, our proposed budget is now for general funds, sits at $152.1 million. Some of the refinements include additional revenues that have been more favorable with property tax that from our county assessor. We've had increases in service levels for our equipment. We had 11 proposals. This includes what's in our proposed budget before you today. Please mind that all of the proposals net a zero impact to the general fund. There are 11 in total, and there are increases in some of our enterprise funds and our vehicle maintenance fund. CalPERS actuarial update had an increase of $1.5 million to our forecast, And then our CMO unanticipated expenditure reserve was reduced by 0.8 million for, this is in line with the IAFF contract that was approved by council in November of 2024. Next slide, please. This is just giving it to you in a different perspective. Our 5-year forecast from last February of 2025 to tonight, we had a $40.8 million structural deficit forecasted to you back in February of 2025. Through a lot of hard work of our city departments and staff, we have reduced that forecast structural deficit to 19.6 million as of today. Next slide, please. So now we're going to go into our budget, our proposals included in the 26-27 proposed budget. Our total budget for 26-27 is $292.2 million. I'm sorry, make a correction to this. It's actually $292.3 million. There is a typo here. And this is for all funds. So this is for the general fund, which is 152.1 million, our CIP of 33.8, and then the rest of our enterprise and special revenue funds make up that $292.3 million. We also maintain staffing levels of 451 full-time permanent staff. Next slide, please. This is just giving you the breakdown. You used to see the $100 bill. This is giving it to you in that same context. So if you were to take $100, this is how we would allocate that $100. Public safety remains very high with our community and our organization at $39.58 is what we would take of that $100. Next would be our neighborhood and housing at 22, community wellness at 18, and your economic development and job growth at 9, and our environmental at 6, and rounding that off with our transportation and transit at 3. Your governance and administration supports all of your council priority areas. So just keeping that in mind. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, our net general fund impact for our general fund proposals is $0. In total, we have 11 proposals being brought forward to council. 94% of those are funded outside of the general fund, which is $2.2 million. 2.28 of that is in your equipment maintenance fund. 38,000 is in our water and sewer funds, and then we had some other adjustments of a net savings of 68,000. General fund, there's a dollar for dollar offset of the $131,369 in proposals that we brought forward. $131,369 are new fit spending. We have matched revenue or cost savings that have been identified to net those costs out and eventually get you to the place of 0 net general fund dollars added to the budget. Next slide, please. Here's a list of our general fund proposals, again, as we mentioned, that are net to a 0 impact to the general fund. We have proposals in our recreation department for the After the Bell and summer camp and facilities rental staffing. We have in the city manager's office reduced grant consulting services. In our police and fire, we have an injury navigation, or better known as Ready Rebound. Our city attorney is a law clerk internship. IT, information technology, we have some system investments. In our public works department, an asset manager staffing realignment. And finally, in our finance department, the reclassification of the purchasing agent. Next slide, please. The investments that we have outside of our general fund, as I mentioned, we do have some proposals that do hit some of our other funds. We have $2 million out of our equipment maintenance fund to fund 11 vehicles that have reached the end of their age and useful life and need to be replaced in order to maintain a safe, reliable, and compliant fleet. We have another $281,000 to our police department out of that equipment maintenance fund to fund 4 vehicles that have reached their useful life and meet the thresholds for replacement. And then there's a utility engineering reclassification position that nets to our enterprise funds of water and sewer funds of $38,000. As I'd like to just reiterate, these proposals at the end of the day have zero general fund impact and no draw from our general fund. Next slide, please. So this is a slide for our reserves. Our current general fund reserves sit at $89.5 million. In addition to that, we have our Section 115 pension trust fund of 44.6 combined. That equals $134.1 million in reserves. Out of those reserved, we have our contingency reserve and budget stabilization reserve, which based on council policy priorities, maintain a 16.67% or 2 full months apiece of operating expenditures in those reserves of $23.4 million apiece, and those have been maintained intact throughout this fiscal year. We have other unassigned and designated reserves equaling about $19.3 million. Outside of that, we have our other components, which are your PERS stabilization reserve, your turf replacement, technology replacement facilities. Those are our other types of reserves we have, which equal about $14.7 million. Insurance, contracts, and others are about $7.5 million. And then we have non-spendable asset reserves of $1.2 million. In this budget, we do have some use of reserves, but this was due from a prior approval in November of 2024 at the time of approving the IAFF labor negotiation agreement, that MOU. This would be the final year that council had approved use of reserves, the PERS stabilization reserve at $1.9 million and $0.8 or $800,000 in the future deficit reserve were included in that. We maintain our ERAF, excess ERAF litigation contingency reserve. We are setting aside 18% of any of that excess ERAF monies into that reserve based on the county's recommendation pending the conclusion of that litigation. And we will bring that forward when that time comes. Next slide, please. So quickly, I'd like to go over the one-time funded projects that have been funded either in last year's budget, so in our 25-26 adopted budget, or were brought forward during our November and December study sessions that you allocated one-time resources to consider. So already funded, but would need additional money if they were to continue, would include your Milpitas Summer College Internship, which goes through the summer of 2026, the Ring Doorbell Initiative of $60,000, storefront crime prevention of $100,000, expanding the emergency motel stay, library improved security and maintenance at $150,000, and the expansions of the Milpitas Youth Force. Currently, the expansion of the Milpitas Youth Force is funded through summer of 2027 based on the action you took in December, but additional funds would be needed if we wanted to bring that out past summer of 2027. So that brings us over to the potential one-time funding on the right of your screen. The expansion of that Milpitas Youth Force would need an additional $40,000. I'm not going to read all of these dollars to you, but would need additional funds to extend it through summer of 2028. We have our Ring Doorbell Initiative, the Care Solace. These are all items that council brought up in May to discuss. The choir and band support, which would be a reduction of revenue on there, Milpitas Smart, and our community center roof replacement. Next slide, please. So our staff recommendation to you today is to adopt the resolution approving the 26-27 operating budget in the amount of $292.3 million. Approve amendments to the 26-27 proposed operating budget as presented here. Amend resolutions number 1626 for the classification, additional positions, and amended allocated positions, the minimum wage, and the salary table and schedules to align with the current memorandum of understandings that exist today. Next slide. Thank you for your time, and we are open for questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, staff, for that great slideshow that you have. I know you have worked really hard on that. So, I want to thank everybody for being here, but I want to also point out, that this is a proposed budget. It's not an adopted budget. It's proposed. And we, the council, have a right to do our due diligence, that the voters voted us in to do our due diligence, to ask questions, to make sure that we have a good, solid budget. That's all. And as far as public safety, you can see 39.58 million. We love our public safety. You are number one. Most of our city money, most of the money goes to public safety. So I'm just here to tell you that we're not going to kick the can down the road. And we are here to do our due diligence to make sure that taxpayer dollars are being spent wisely. This is why we are having a discussion. And we're not going to, for my one vote, I'm pretty sure that we're not touching public safety. We want to make sure that all of our citizens are protected. We love our public safety. So the only thing that I can see is that the council has they've seen a few inconsistencies, that's all, and that's what they're questioning. So I just wanted to make that clear, that we're not going to be kicking the can down the road because we do have a structural deficit. And if Finance Director, can you please explain to the audience what a structural deficit is? Because a lot of people don't know.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Montano. What a structural deficit is when essentially your revenues are not meeting your ongoing expenditures. And a structural deficit is when that gap widens. So the city has a structural deficit at the fifth year of over $19 million. And that was brought down from our February number of $40 million. So we did a great job this year of reducing that greatly. But we do need to take steps to essentially flatten both the trajectory, which we have, but essentially close that gap. We have, and effectively, structural deficit is very simple. You're in the out years, you have, your revenues are outpacing your expenditures.
Thank you for that. So I want to make sure that the audience is clear that we have a structural deficit. Our job as elected officials is to try to bring down that structural deficit, so we won't be kicking the can down the road, because you don't know. The way the world is now, the petrodollar has gone down. The value of our dollar is not as what it used to be. It's a multiplier effect. So we just have to be prepared. We're one of the very few cities that have a more of a wise way. We're more prudent, and thank God, because we want to make sure that we have public service, public safety, that our public works, our streets are being kept up. So we're one of the very few cities in the Bay Area that have a very prudent, conservative budget. So I just want to bring this back now to the council. And again, we want to make wise decisions. So don't take it the wrong way. It's just we're doing our job. That's all. And again, public safety is always going to be number one in this city, because that's what the voters want. Okay, does anybody have any questions? Back to the council. And we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Luz, I've asked this question last time, and I asked this question again at my briefing yesterday. If we turn to Ms. Gusada, can we show a slide? I think it's slide 15. It's page 14 on the budget, proposed budget binder.
I think it was slide 5.
Is it 5? It's the 5-year general fund forecast. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yusera. Ms. Luz, I ask you, I want to bring this 1.6 down to 0 or positive. My question to you is, how can we do that? What areas do you recommend that we can do that?
Councilmember Chua, I forgive me, but I forgot to ask a public hearing.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
I'm going to open up a public hearing, then I'll go to the council.
Okay.
Okay, I get too excited here. Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing now on this item.
Yes, Mayor, we do have several speaker cards. I'll call them out in a row, and then the first is going to be Jacob Stock, followed by Brian Ton, and then Jason Speckenware.
So welcome.
Thank you. I'm here with the Milpitas Professional and Technical Association. Our members are engaged in the ongoing work of planning and developing the city of Milpitas. We ensure our residents have safe buildings to occupy, clean water to drink, functioning roads, and adequate light by which to traverse them. Our members staff city facilities and operate the programs running from them. When this council decides to provide a service to its constituency or a public space for them to enjoy, it's we, our members, and city staff more generally, which make those things real. As council continues its deliberations tonight on the city budget, it's my hope it will recognize the immense body of work it represents. Not just my own work and that of my colleagues who spend our lives providing the services presented in its line items, but of those who have spent themselves preparing it for your consideration, and the work of this and previous councils whose past deliberations are embedded within it. This council faces hard decisions today about how to allocate the finite resources at its disposal, in the knowledge that each cut represents real citizens who will go without a necessary service or a real piece of infrastructure that will go unmaintained. However, as council considers these matters, I know it will do so in a manner which affords the real lives involved the respect all human lives deserve. Thank you.
Next, we have Brian Ton, followed by Jason Speckenheier, and then Myra Zuniga.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and professional fiscal staff. My name is Brian Ton. I grew up in the city of Milpitas, and I lived in Milpitas. I'm a proud police sergeant, and I'm also the president of the Milpitas Police Officers Association. Yesterday, I emailed a letter to each of you about my association's serious concern with what I observed last week during council discussion over the adoption of the city budget. It was clear to me that several council members were driving an agenda that failed to recognize the essential role city workers play in ensuring a safe, clean, and vibrant Milpitas. There were discussions of a 5 and even 10% across the board cut to city services. You see, when some of you demand or demagogue about cuts to city departments, you're really advocating to cut city workers and services we deliver, such as answering 911 calls, responding to violent crimes, fires, or medical emergencies. City workers pave our streets, fill our potholes, approve new construction, and staff our libraries and senior centers. When some of you advocate for cuts, tell the community, tell the city workers, who goes on the chopping block? What service will be cut and for what reason? Several members of the council advocated cutting services, even though proposed budget before you last week would have preserved services. Yet for some reason, and a reason I can't figure out, the budget process was hijacked last week for some performative show and our professional fiscal staff that provided clarifying explanatory answers to off-the-wall questions. Our professional staff were treated very dismissively. What was the reason for that? I want a safe, clean, and vibrant Milpitas that honors and respects its civil servants that deliver quality services to our residents, businesses, and visitors. I hope that each of you come to City Hall wanting the same thing. This is not what I observed from some of you last week. Milpitas deserves better.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jason Speckenheier, followed by Myra Zuniga.
Hello, my name is Jason Spegenhoyer. I am a member of the Milpitas Police Officers Association. I have been a Milpitas police officer for 25 years, and I'm proud to wear a uniform that represents the city. Last week's City Council budget discussed shown me and many of the city residents that there's a serious disconnect that some on the council have in regard to our city budget and what that budget funds. A large portion of the budget funds personnel. That personnel are city workers. They're very city workers, and they deliver direct services to our residents and to our businesses. They are the city workers who respond to 911 calls. They're the city workers who fill the potholes in our streets. They're the city workers who process building permits within these very walls. And they're the workers who enforce our city codes and maintain our city's infrastructure. Last week, there was talk, some of the council randomly cutting 5 or 10% of the balanced budget that the city's professional staff presented to you. For those who advocated for those reckless cuts, tell us. Tell the residents and the businesses. Tell us what you would cut. Our city workers deliver services to the Milpitas community. So if you want to cut them, then have the courage to tell everyone, including your constituents, what services do you want to cut? Is it fewer police officers, fewer firefighters, fewer building inspectors, or maybe fewer public work employees? A cut to any of these workers from any city department amounts to a reduction in services for this community. The frustration of city workers is growing because it is clear that a few on this council have minimal regard for us, for our families, and the work we do for the betterment of Milpitas. Your words and your actions matter, and it's time to stop pitting city worker against city worker and start supporting the very people that keep Milpitas running. And in case you forgot, it's those of us in the room, not you on the panel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Myra Zuniga.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Mayra Zuniga, and I have been a police records clerk for the last 10 years and originally started with the city in 2015 as an HR assistant. I'm proud to work for the residents of the city of Milpitas as I grew up, and I'm a product of Milpitas. Last week, the council discussion surrounding the budget went down so many unnecessary rabbit holes that I was worried I was going to step in one, and 'twas my uncle coming to City Hall today to speak. Taxpayers expect a return on their investment when they fill the city of Milpitas coffers with their hard-earned money. That return on investment consists of a safe, clean, and vibrant Milpitas that keeps its small town feel and its welcoming and neighborly vibe. That return on the taxpayer investment consists of ample and quality city services delivered by qualified and dedicated city workers. What your city workers constantly hear from many on this council is how expensive workers are. Some question why we receive the health and dental benefits that we do, and others decry the affordability crisis when running for office, but forget that the affordability crisis impacts Milpitas city workers just as much as everyone else. It's time for some on this council to stop playing the fiscal game of Milpitas is broke, and therefore city workers should do more with less. Reserves are stuffed with cash, revenues have exceeded expenditures for several years, and Milpitas enjoys an excellent credit rating. Residents and businesses want you to invest in the city workforce so that we can continue to deliver services and work towards for a safer, cleaner, and more vibrant Milpitas. Not only do I understand the importance as a city employee, but as a member who serves this community outside of work. I am the co-commissioner of Milpitas Pal Soccer and have used the services of Park and Rec, Public Works, Police and Fire, where we heavily rely on their services to keep Milpitas youth programs alive and safe. I have heard feedback from non-city residents when they come to our fields and use our restrooms. Now that's a topic for another time. It's time to stop playing games and support your city workers.
Thank you.
I have no additional public speaker cards at this time, Mayor.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments? We have Mr. Rob Means. Welcome.
You know, it seems almost since the Reagan years that I've been hearing about cuts and tight budgets, austerity budgets, et cetera, et cetera. Well, why is it that I hear it always on the cutting side instead of on the revenue side? We could get more revenue into this city by charging those folks that are and let me rephrase that, charging those corporations and billionaires for the toxic products, for the freeloading, the extraction that they're committing on the residents and businesses of our community. There's a long list of things that we could tax that would actually benefit our community. Top of my list is diesel exhaust. Tax that somehow, either tax it by taxing people that own diesel fueled vehicles, or right there at the pump. A 2% tax on a gallon of diesel fuel, for example, is not something people are going to be driving out of town to get more of. It's just not big enough. I see a 10% split across the street at some gas stations for gas. That 10% is a lot larger than, say, a 2% enhancement revenue for dealing with the toxic chemicals coming out of a diesel vehicle. We're talking 40 different carcinogens. We're talking particulate matter, you know, that 2.5 M that they talk about that is so damaging to people's lungs, aggravates or even causes asthma. That's just the first one, and I've got a list of about 40 different chemicals that the corporations dump on us. We ought to tax them.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public? Okay, so
It appears we have Voltaire
Cabinet-
Montemayor.
come on up. Welcome.
Thank you, Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Yes, we should be proud living in Milpitas. The main thing is the city is trying to help everybody. But really, sometimes we have the full extent. We cannot multitask workers just to save some. But on the side of the city, we, in some examples, we cannot be like other examples of like, I don't know, should I say, kind of chapter 11, is that right? So in other words, it's really tough. But as I heard the speakers, I think multiple sides of the reasoning and needs. So we really maximize the help, not as much as possible, and not to cut at all. We will, hopefully we'll have some ways to have some resources, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so is there anyone else? Not, I'm going to close the public hearing and move on to our council discussion. So the last person that spoke was Councilmember Chua. And I think you wanted that slide.
Bringing the slide up down.
Do you want to do the lunch and then?
Okay, we're going to keep going.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Casera. Director Luz, your response.
I have been working at the city of Milpitas for 2 years now. My anniversary was, yes, good heavens, this is an amazing, how time flies. And I think you all know me well enough that I am continuing to be and will always be a conservative CFO, no matter whether I'm working for City of Milpitas, a $292 million budget, or where I was a functional CFO for a $6.1 billion commuter rail system out of Virginia, or whether I work for a $2.5 billion organization that provides transit support for 26 to 28 agencies in the San Francisco area as a funder. I have passed tax measures in my time. I have found large numbers of money through TIFIA and WIFIA and negotiated and been the primary negotiator on several significant revenue sources, including a deal which funded our $6.1 billion project out in Virginia with a mix of toll money, cash, community facility districts, TIFs, parking fees, passenger fees, toll road fees, cash, grants, and I could go on forever. I don't like to talk about that experience because it makes me sound fat-headed, and I'm not fat-headed. I am proud of my experience. But all of that has been through deliberative thought with partners and colleagues. So when I'm asked to present something in a short period of time, I am inherently uncomfortable. And you've seen me do this at the dais. So I understand your anxiety. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm likely more anxious than you are. Because if you all remember, when I first came here at my first meeting, I was asked by a prior council member, why are you here? And my response was, because I see opportunity here. I still see opportunity
that. Yeah.
If I'm,
Yeah, I remember.
Councilmember Chua, I want to interject first. I want to make it clear that to all the council members that we need to show respect, even our tone. I mean, even in our code of conduct, our tone, our body language, all that matters. And I think that's probably one of the issues that I heard. Respect is what is so important. How we treat one another. So I just want the council to be mindful of that. That's all. Okay.
forgive me, am I
continue.
being disrespectful?
No,
Respect.
I don't
I
think
just want to, I'm just
it's
putting
in
that out there.
general. I think the mayor
Putting it
meant
out there.
in general, not you.
Oh,
Not
good
you
heavens,
directly.
no. If I am,
No.
my apologies. It's never been, my apologies if you haven't sensed that. And the reason I'm giving you my resume, which is embarrassing in its nature that I have to do that, is I do know how to find money. And I do know how to find reductions, because on the other side, I was the budget officer for Loudoun County, a $3 to $4 billion organization.
We trust you.
I know you trust
you.
me,
Yeah.
then trust us.
Yeah.
And trust us to
So-
provide some time and do this deliberatively.
So, okay, my question is, I'm looking at 1.6 for the year 27, 28. How can we make this zero?
The way we can make it zero through budget balancing measures on both the revenue and the expenditure side. But once again, that will take time. I will tell you that I am planning to bring a couple of bond refunding measures to you that will realize about $350,000. And that's actually a rehearsal for issuing a bond in 2 years, 2 to 3 years, once we have a master plan, a master infrastructure plan, so we can really look deeply at our assets and position them better and put them into a state of good repair so we can use our community, our facilities for the near future.
I'm not talking about future. I'm talking currently based on the data that made up this 1.6. How can we make this zero?
You would, if you want us to, we are already in a position that we can do that, to be honest. We expect to have additional funding at the end of this year.
I don't mean this year. I mean now.
I'm not going to answer that question. I'm going to ask you to give us time to go back. If you want us to do this, I would ask the council's indulgence to essentially come back with a budget balancing measure. We could do this, to be honest with you, frankly, right now.
How?
By assigning one-time reserves. But you know, and I know, council member, that is an option.
I know. That's one of your options.
It is certainly one of the options, because that's precisely what that budget stabilization reserve is for. That's what the name of it is. And you could use that. But my preference is not to use that, is to explore other methodologies.
Mm-hmm. What other things do you have in your
We have a significant amount of money in our unfunded actuality library, our investment in our retirees and our current employees, all of us, including you, your retirees as well. And so given the fact that we have those extra dollars set aside, the concept would be to take those dollars that we have deliberately set aside for that purpose and effectively reduce our debt on an ongoing basis.
So what do you call this bucket? Unfunded?
Unfunded actuarial liability. It's colloquially called a UAL.
And where would I find that in this proposed budget?
It's not a baked idea, council member. It requires some time to think about it because it would require some measure of thoughtful preparation, because we would have to educate everybody, including myself, even though I've done things similar to it. So we would have to do that and do that in a measured fashion, so we could do it the best way possible. The quick way is, everybody tells me, is to effectively pay down some of our public safety UAL. But however, I question how we can do that without, we have to be paced about how we would take money out of our reserves, which are specifically for this purpose, and reduce our ongoing costs. Because if you, I don't know if anybody, I've refinanced the properties that I've owned if I see a better interest rate. And effectively, what we're doing is reducing our ongoing payments. So there's that. There's refunding, and I'm talking about, and we also have Rivian, who had its first quarter, its first months of revenue as well. Then if we could look at others, we could also look at the other sides as well. We could look at the expenditure sides as well, but that would require us going back to the departments and really evaluating what levels of service we could proffer. But that would require guidance from the council.
Didn't we do that in the organizational assessment? That was the whole purpose of the organizational assessment.
It was the purpose of the organizational assessments. Unfortunately, those are not completed. We, to be honest with you, those things take longer than they're always expected to take. And they were not done in time for us to present them as part of the budget discussions. And in some areas, while we have already proposing two options that were raised, everybody needs to stop teasing me. Thank you.
Everybody stop what?
Folks are sending me reminders because they think I'm old and don't remember things. So anyway, quite frankly.
Nobody's texting me. Please text me.
Yeah, anyway, so, and then of course, now you guys, I've lost my train of thought. So we can look on the expenditure side, but that would require us bringing you a portfolio, a basket, for lack of a better phrase, of options for you to choose what services you don't want us to provide anymore. And someone has reminded me of the business tax. The reason I don't talk about the business tax is that still has to go, frankly, to you all to discuss, and frankly, to the voters to discuss. So if you don't think I'm not counting the Rivian money, I'm certainly not counting on that. But the things like the UAL are money that we already have in our hands and are best applied to doing things and reducing long-term debt. I hope that answers your question. But once again, Councilmember Chua, it is time, because you want something that is thoughtful, is well-known. We can educate not just us, but you and the community, and they know that we are using our monies, their monies, as best we can. So those would be my options. I would suggest providing the city manager at his discretion to essentially bring back budget balancing measures at mid-year. And that's how I would address it. But my intention would be, is not, with all due respect, Councilmember Chua, I'm not looking at the 1.6. I'm looking at the 19.6. And so how do we
And
do
that-
that?
that's
And
the
there are
end result.
mechanisms, and these mechanisms can take us closer to that. But again, we'd have to Monte Carlo the hell out of the scenarios, make sure that they're right, make sure the numbers are right. And if I bring you a half-baked idea, it's going to be exactly that, half-baked.
How, I still can grasp why why it would take long. I mean, you have the data now. I understand you're being conservative in terms of getting your data, but I don't see why. There's obviously the data that came out of 1.6 should be there.
I just came from San Jose, and I led an effort for the, and I'm sorry, this sounds like I'm running my resume down, but I feel like I have to. Just came from San Jose. I was the assistant director there. I led the effort for the clean energy folks to get their first credit rating, AA. Tops. That effort has resulted in a multi-billion-dollar deal long-term that saves them 8 to 10% per year on their costs. Long effort. That took a year. That took a year of planning, education ourselves, educating the community, educating the council. Again, all I can say is we have a year. We have a surplus. We have known revenues that are coming in. I'm not counting on business tax. I'm not counting on business tax until January 2028 because we don't know what that will be. And frankly, the voters need to come and say, this is okay. So it is remarkably presumptuous of me to say that business tax is a factor.
Okay.
What is not a factor, what is not in doubt is that we do have available dollars to pay down our long-term retirement debt. But we have to do it well.
Okay, granted, you gave me, I think, 5 options. Correct me if I'm wrong. One is tapping reserve, and we're not going to do that. Number 2 is the UAL, the unfunded account liability. Number 3 is an input to this is the result of the organizational assessment. Number 4 is looking into the portfolio, meaning the expenditure and the revenue projection. And the last one I heard is budget balancing measures.
Those are all meant.
All of them.
That fifth one are encompassing
So that's
the first
everything.
4.
Now, my last question is, how long do you think is the UAL? You said mid-year. You need
We would be fairly far along in designing the program, but once again, we're looking at a program. We have to see we have to look at the program itself. We have to see if it's easier to explain it if you mortgaged a house, although that's not quite what we do, but effectively, we pay down future debt. So we're paying it down with today's dollars.
Is that a policy consideration?
Thank you for introducing that, because I would have to bring that as a policy.
Okay.
And
So
that requires time.
well, what time are we talking about?
Council member, again, this is a city that would be new to that concept. So my concern is that when I bring it to the council for a vote, I would want a 5-0 vote. And not because I think I would frankly want everybody on this team to have their support.
I got that. Is that a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years?
We would, again, I'm going to say probably a year to a year and a half, because part of our portfolio goes longer than a year. And part of our portfolio goes 2 years. So I have to sit there and figure out the puzzle pieces of.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, what about when is the final organizational assessment be presented to?
I'm going to defer, I don't know city manager, I'm going to defer to you.
What are you talking about? No, seriously.
Thank you for your support.
Seriously, I'm aware of the organizational
Right.
assessment, and there has been some delays in it. So hopefully, we anticipate within the next 90 days or so, we hope to be able to present that.
Okay.
Thank you for not putting me in an awkward position.
If you do the expenditure and revenue, how long will that take?
This would be, I'm going to restate what I believe is your question. If we did the revenue, the debt refinancing, which is about $330,000, but it frankly, the only reason we're doing is frankly a rehearsal for 2 years from now, where we have bigger debt challenges. But we will realize about $330,000, but that's also, more money goes to others because it's shared debt. But your question, I've wandered. Your question is about how long it would take us to look at the revenue and expenditures as the budget stands today. I'm not,
Just at this amount. I don't want the whole thing. To make it simple, just
to
the
make it simple,
1.6.
frankly, we have money left over this year that we could apply through a policy that would basically take care of that. And we've already done that mechanism. We did it last year.
Okay.
So we could
So we
make it
need-
zero.
I asked this question before, policy on reserve, and I think you answered my question on
Mhm.
that one. And, okay, I'll
Thank you
bring
for-
that up.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Okay.
answers.
Thank you, Councilmember
Mayor.
Chua. I have a quick question for Luz. The Rivian money in the future, will that bring that 1.6 down?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you.
I will share with you, and I will share with you, I cannot share their data because it is confidential. What I can share with you is a preliminary look at their first quarter, which started February 27th, and they opened their ribbon cutting was February 27th. We had roughly a month, about $170,000. If you flatline that out, they look to be below their 1.9 million that they're expecting, but to flatline that out, it would be irresponsible.
Right.
And frankly, my concern on the other side is what does that represent as far as their opening day sales? When you look at sales of anything that's opening, there's also what they call a pre-opening book. So you'll have a lot of sales on the first day or first week or pending. We also are looking at how they're moving their cars around because before we had the hub, they were moving them around to other cities like San Francisco and other showrooms. So we're going to see how much of that traffic comes to us. They're also releasing their newer, smaller, less expensive vans and vehicles. And so we're going to see what piece of sales we're going to get of that.
Right, but I just don't want to be dependent on just the Rivian. And there was a previous speaker that spoke about revenue generation, revenues, and we've been saying this for the longest time. We need more revenue generation businesses to come into Milpitas, and I'm glad that we have our new economic development director that's her task, to bring in more businesses to Milpitas, so we don't have to have a structural deficit. That's one of the goals of the council. That's why we hired a new one. But yeah, I just wanted to ask that quick question: is it going to bring that?
Yeah.
And so any revenues will bring that down, and I think that's the focus. We got to bring that down. Okay. So anybody else have any questions? We have Councilmember Chua again.
I forgot to ask Director Luz. If I want a policy that says any surplus for the year should go to bring down the structural deficit, where would that be?
We do currently have a waterfall policy, as you well know. You adopt it every year in the budget documents, it's in the budget book. That can be modified at any given day, provided with proper notice and guidance from the city attorney, that you're sitting at the dais and voting. Our waterfall policy could use some work, to be honest with you. And we wanted to do that this coming year. That's going to be challenging as well, because that's going to require study sessions. But looking at it, there could certainly be a position for basically directing some of those extra revenues that we have elsewhere to perhaps a structural
Right.
fund for the city manager to provide at their direction specifically.
Thank you.
And in both those things, I have some language for you that I can propose.
So, City Attorney, I'm looking into a policy that if there's a surplus, like we do according to slide 5, 1.3, I want a policy to bring that over to address the structural deficit. How do we do that?
Can I read something into the record? Let me give you, if I may, I'm going to have a suggestion and speak clearly. The city council directs the city manager to develop, for city council consideration, a policy establishing a purpose-specific reserve within the general fund reserve waterfall to be funded from year-end available fund balance after the budget stabilization and contingency allocations are satisfied. The policy shall specify the funding priority, any annual or cumulative caps, permitted uses, and the appropriation approval required for expenditure, and shall be returned to the City Council for adoption as an amendment to the fiscal policies. So we could bring something back not during the summer, but in the September quarter? Is that the fall quarter? For consideration.
Can we do it now? Effective for this budget cycle?
So if we would need relatively specific language to be able to adopt anything that would be effective now. I will say I had initially thought that these were contained in a separate policy document. I was corrected. It is within the budget itself, but it's
Right.
relatively limited language. There are some details that would need to be worked out in terms of the specifics of the number. If the council is able to get to something very precise today, we could do that as part of the action. Otherwise, what I would be recommending is language similar to what Director Luz had mentioned, that essentially would be to bring that back.
Yeah, there are some policies here in the budget book.
Yes, and my,
That's all I'm looking for. So how specific do you want? Do you want a percentage or do you want, well, give me guidance, please.
And what we would need is something that is sufficient such that the finance director would know exactly when the money would need to go and how much money would go in. So I might look to Director Luz a little bit in terms of if there's a suggestion as to a specific, percentage is potential, but if what you're talking about is, say, a specific amount, say the 1.6 to be able to cover, if I understood your question, Member Chua, 1.6 to be able to cover that structural deficit in the next year, we may be able to work out language that would accomplish that. And if that is the desire, I actually might ask for, when the council gets there, I might ask for a brief recess to be able to possibly workshop that language a little bit with staff and then be able to come back to you.
You need, okay. Okay, we can have a recess now.
Well, but I would want to be clear as to what the intent is. So
The intent is to address the structural, the intent is to address the structural deficit. And since we're saying that we have a surplus, so I want, and you're asking to make it more specific. My question now is, when is this amount, Director Luz, when is this amount 1.3 firm? Because that's the only time I think, I'm meaning firm, meaning it's what the projected is the actual.
For that year, in 26, 27, or for the year that we're currently in?
You're projecting that we have 26, 27 surplus of 1.3. When do you know this is real?
Every year, we bring to council your annual, what's called the waterfall, and that generally comes to you in the December timeframe. That comes after our audit is complete, because that's when we know that we have met all our financial obligations. And so it comes in December. You all take an action to adopt the waterfall. You receive the audited report because you can't do anything about it. It's an audit. But what you do at that point in time, for example, last year we had also coincidentally, $6.2 million available to us, the bulk of which went to our budget and contingency to fund those 2 months, 16.67% in each. And then the subsequent amount went into that additional PERS fund. And that PERS fund is based on whatever we budget at the beginning of the year, minus whatever is actual. That balance by your fiscal policies goes into our effectively, not quite our Section 115 trust. We don't do that transaction. We keep it in-house and we invest it actively within our portfolio. So we've increased that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Please.
If I may, there's one thing that I wanted to make sure was clear. I think Director Liz was saying that 1.3 becomes firm in December of 2027.
Yes.
So just to make sure that, because I don't think
That's where I was headed, but thank you.
That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah,
'Cause that's the time we can say whatever amount to go to the structural deficit.
Yeah, but you would know the structural deficit when we do our forecast. Again, a forecast, you would see the condition of that. But we already have talked, and Allison, do you want us to talk about the potential of what we're looking at for 2025, 26? That's the year that we're currently in.
Good evening. So currently, our sales and property tax revenues are coming in above what we had originally anticipated, in the ballpark of about $4 to $5 million this year. So one of the recommendations I had brought up to Director Luz was based on how we did the budget last year when we balanced our budget for 25-26. We recognized additional revenue that we knew we were going to see at year end and allocated that towards the deficit to balance the year. Currently, we are assuming a $1.3 million surplus for next year, but in the current year, in 25-26, I'm projecting at least $4 million in excess revenue that I would recommend we could put, according ensuring that the city attorney agrees, we could add to that 1.3 structural surplus appropriation that we included in the proposed budget on page 21 of the proposed budget.
I like that.
I'm sorry, not 21, on 39, page 39. We have an appropriation called the structural surplus right under your fund balance that holds that $1.3 million right now because we have to balance to zero, right?
Which number is that one?
So on page 39,
What?
and under the financial information section,
Yes.
and if you look about 2/3 of the way down the page, under the fund balance, you'll see a line that says structural surplus. And we added that as a balancing line, right? So that we're fully balanced with our revenues and our expenditures.
Where is the item name, please?
The item name is called structural surplus. So it's about 2/3, 3/4 of the way down the page.
Oh, okay. 1.2.
The 1.27, which rounds up to 1.3, that's where that $1.3 million surplus that we're projecting for 26-27.
Oh, okay.
If we wanted to, again, based on how we did it last year, allocate another 1.6 million after our books close and we've reconciled our expenditures and our revenues, and add that to the structural surplus appropriation.
So we're looking at.
would fully balance your 27-28 budget of $2.9 million.
Oh, I like that. So we're looking at December 2026.
Correct.
So did you get that, City Attorney? So it's I like that. So I don't know how the verbiage would be, but that would address the structural deficit of the city based on that policy.
And if you did want to take a quick break, I believe we might have some draft language we could throw together quite quickly.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Director Lucen. Thank you all.
May I ask for your indulgence just one moment, please, if I may, Mayor, if I may? I have a wonderful resume. I've worked really hard at it. So does everybody in this audience, including everybody in the dais. So let's use it. Then let's make Milpitas better because we can. Thank you for your indulging me.
I didn't get
So,
that.
thank you for that. And so this is the beauty of having the discussions, having this dialogue. It's not to demonize or It's this is constructive, and I appreciate it. We're going to take a break for how long?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? What, no, for the break, the late.
Oh, do you want to do meal or just?
The meal.
for the- Okay.
Do you want Amelia? We want to- Half an hour? We're going to return in half an hour, so that would be what time?
Just about 6 p.m.
Okay, 6 PM we'll return. All right, thank you, everyone. We are adjourning for now.
Thank you.
Can you see if they're over there? Okay, we are back from our break, and we are continuing where we left off, and this is item 10 on the fiscal year 2026-27 proposed operating budget for the city. And we were at council discussion, and I'm assuming that there was some, I guess, from the last item, there was some resolutions or some. Can you expand on that, please?
Yes, Mayor. During the break, I met with finance staff and we discussed how we would best capture in a motion Councilmember Chua's proposal. And that would be to add additional action to the recommended action, which would be to allocate another 1.6 million to the structural surplus item in the fiscal year 2026-2027 adopted budget, funded from projected fiscal year 2025-2026 general fund excess revenue to offset the projected fiscal year 2027-2028 general fund shortfall, with the appropriation to be adopted and reconciled at the fiscal year 2025-2026 fiscal year end close.
I really like that, and plus the fact that we still have the mid-year to come back and if there's any other issues. So go ahead and I think Councilmember Chua, did you? So it was moved by Councilmember Chua, and I will second that.
Is that moving the staff recommendation, including that motion, including the additional recommendation from city attorney?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you speak on the, hold on.
Read. It's a new policy in terms of the budget relating to surpluses.
Yeah.
So you're just making a motion for that policy and
Yes.
not the staff recommendation?
Not yet. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So moved and seconded by Mayor.
Okay, so it was, as I mentioned, it was moved by Councilmember Chua, seconded by myself, and so now we will call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lien,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, motion is passed. And so now, since we've already taken care of that, now we're going to go back to the budget hearings for the, right? Yeah. Continuing, okay. Anyone else have any comments on the budget that Director Luz Cofresi has presented? We have William Lamb, are you the one? Or
You want to go first?
or was it Councilmember, who wants to go first? We have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish while I ask questions and put on my thoughts, the same number of audience would have been present. Especially, I want to acknowledge the letter from the Milpitas Police Officers Association that was received yesterday. And, as I was preparing this deliberation, I use it. I use it as a flowchart on questions I have, right? When I received this letter, I was mixed emotions. I'll be honest, right? But I want to think positive. I said to myself, maybe what happened on June 2nd created awareness for the right reasons. This letter has been published, this innuendo has been published in the internet several times, and I received text messages that even next door, is a recipient of this letter. But I take it positively, of this letter. I want to inform the public, right, that this council, my vote alone, I received and reviewed at least a minimum of 35 budget agenda, memorandum from finance and the staff, right? I had every week of staff meeting, mainly discussing, this agenda. We post offline questions and we get answers. We get answers for us to help deliberate this budget. That's how we are prepared, with all due respect. All right, so one correction about this, one clarification about this letter, and then I'll go use it as a list on my questions, right? I was quoted, "I'm not a mathematician nor a CFO, understanding deeply financial affairs." I'll go back, because whoever wrote this, watch the replay. I will go back and see if this innuendo is really right. But what I meant, we can go back together. I said, I'm not a mathematician nor a CFO. We just need to involve our logic and sensibility, and the principles of a good budget can be discerned. That's what I meant. All right. So firstly, can we put on slide 5, please? That backdrop is just like when you're in a Zoom meeting. So I want that on the backdrop as I pose my questions, so the public would have a better understanding where I'm coming from. And I'll use simple math this time to see and try to understand this projection, this forecast. So if you look at revenues and other sources, let's do it basically. And let's see, hopefully we can have an understanding what the issue is, right, on my layman understanding of finance. So if you look at the revenues and other sources, right, it's a projection of 5 years. And if you add, the first year to 2026-27 is 4.4 million. And then it becomes 4.1, it becomes 4.4, then it becomes 4.6, then it becomes 5.2 in 2030, right? And then let's look at expenditures. I will add it again. The first, the difference between 25-26 and the next fiscal year is 1.2 million, and then it becomes 4.8 million, and then it becomes 6 million, and it becomes 6.2 million, and it becomes 6.4 million. Let's go to the annual deficit. I subtracted them again. So 1.6 million, then 1.6 million, then 1.6 million, then 1.2 million. Here comes the structural deficit. We are positive, we have a surplus 26-27. And then the difference between 27-28 and 28-29 is 4.6 million. I want to direct our attention to going up to the revenues. It seems that we're making it, right? So 4.4 contrast to 4.6. If you add the revenues the same year and you add structural deficit. We go to the next year. That is the difference between 2029-30 and 2028-29. It becomes 6.1 million. Look at the difference from the projected revenues and other sources. It multiplies. It goes up. On the fifth year, the difference between 2030 and 2029-2030 would now be 7.9 million. Okay? So if I look at it, the revenues and other sources seems to be stagnant. And if you look at the structural deficit, right, at some point, not some point, next year, it intersects what we are recurring revenues and other sources next year, and it soars up to a difference of 7.3 million in a year. Okay. So my point is, right, I believe how, and this is a product of all those hard works of the staff. I appreciate all the information, right? My point is, if we look at recurring sources of revenue and the one-time sources, how could we compare them from recurring expenditures going forward? So how would revenues and other sources, mostly I hope recurring, would catch up to the recurring expenditures that we have going in 5 years? So part of the reading I had, right, it says that, let's look at the mid-year. We discussed the mid-year adjustment last June 2nd, right? And we lengthily discussed about the 3 million, and I was informed, it's part of the POA letter, I was informed that it is a grant, and then we have to expend it. That's just the law. We have to expend it because we cannot spend that. But if you look at one of the budget memoranda, it's actually a total of 6.4 million. And I'll refer you to that memoranda. Right? So what we really did add in mid-year is about 6.4 million. I'll give you the exact amount. We added 6,893,243, 3 million from a grant, 257,807 in recurring, right? It's 6.8 million to balance the mid-year budget last December. Okay? And what we discussed on June 2nd is only the 3 million. I agree. The 3 million was explained to be one-time and not recurring expenditures covered by those grants. But if you look at the difference, there are recurring expenditures that we use one-time funds. It's in the report, and so it says that the 257,807,000 is the only recurring item, including it with the 6,893,243 increase. The 7,151.50 combined total is 96% one-time and 3.6% recurring. That's our own data. So what I'm saying is, to pass a feasible budget, regardless of whose thoughts they believe they are mathematicians, right? It is basic. How could we, look, even our experience, how could we, in mid-year, fund something we will inherit on that mid-year, the 257,000, in addition to any recurring expenditures that we have, when the only source of our revenue is what we know, deep in the reserves. Go for a bond or do the URL. So now my question is that prudent? I do not know. That's why we need information from you. We need a consented decision to feel, to understand that what you are suggesting, the very least, on my understanding, satisfies elementary mathematics. So that's the question, right? Just look at our own projected. We cannot overtake expenditures in the next 5 years. Yes, we are so lucky that, with all the housekeepings we had since the last year, with all, cleaning the contracts, looking at surpluses and things like that, we were able to cover the original 40 million. But until when? What happens when the house is clean? What happens that there's no more bucket to dip in? So that's the question. So now, putting that now on our agenda today, right? 290.1 million, 92.1 million. How much are those are recurring in expenditures as compared to how much of those we can cover with recurring revenues and one-time funds? So if we answer that, even if I'm not privy with finance, we can determine even in a logical projection if we can afford. See, I'll refer again to the letter because, as I said, this is my guide. The issue is not cutting services. The issue is trying to afford services for the people. We can promise heaven, right? What happens if that promise is only until 2 years? Then we'll expect hell in the third year? Basic example, right? Like our very good program, the SMART. Just an analogy. We are looking for one-time funds to make that SMART program well-loved by the community to go forward. But we're scrambling. Hey, we'll wait for some politician to give us grant to extend that. But the people are very dependent to that SMART program already. So what are we going to do? We keep on trying our luck to get funds for that to continue the service, or we try to have a strong decision now to see how we can continue that program without relying on future grants. Same thing with the budget. My colleagues are correct. What we've been hearing so far is we have a bucket to dip in, but we are not hearing, we have increased our sales tax because last year we have 400 businesses. This year we have 500 businesses. That's that's at least my one vote wants to hear to support this adoption, to be fiscally responsible and prudent and feasible. That's all I ask. It's not about, hey, if somebody lives here in Milpitas for 13 years, probably I'm longer than that, right? I raised my children here too. So, as the mayor said, it is not to confront. It is to aristocratically debate so that, we pull our ideas, we pull our thoughts, and make a feasible one. Am I against this forecast? No, I trust staff. But at least show me some feasibility. Let's have the council members do us discussion, right? So I noticed it's a very good thought, right? The one that we just approved. But we did not look at the other part of the equation. We tried to address the bottom, the structural deficit, making policy to remove that 1.6 next year by a policy. Wouldn't it be nice if we have a policy too to make sure that the very least revenues and other sources will have the same policy to catch up with resolving the 1.6? Because that will be again an issue next year. Not like, Council Member Chua will again say, can we make a policy to eliminate the 6.2? Remember, we're now in 27, 28. So do we keep on using a policy or non-recurring funds to address the incremental structural deficit? So that's the question. What feasible means can we solve structural deficit? I understand it's just a projection. You said, let's focus on the 1.3 now. Let's look at 1.6 later. Maybe, that's a sound fiscal policy. But again, to a layman like me, to a person in the street, they don't understand that, right? Put this on online now, and, it will create different interpretations as to those reads starting next year. So what I'm trying to say is how we want policies, if not policies, we want ideas other than we have 48 million reserves, we're good. No, that's why when I said last year, Let's not talk about reserves. I may be wrong in fiscal formula, but that's a layman's understanding of what reserves is. You're right, I read your report, Luz. You said it's not like a household, right? That you put aside money for later on to spend. That's not how government works. I understand that. But unfortunately, most people, maybe like me, wouldn't understand that. And how do we have them understand? Make them feel it. How? First, by explaining them how it is, how to resolve it, and this is what we're doing about it, right? I don't agree with a concept that it's so volatile to use numbers next year, next 2 years. That's why there's statistics. That's why there is an educated projection, right? You did that. You look at the last 10 years, you look at the growth in sales tax, TOT, as compared to revenue. So those things, that's how we explain. When we ask, it's not about just because we didn't understand, because we want to share the same questions what community may be asking us, right? With the letter that went out, right? I hope that what corrects it is not a counter letter. What corrects it is a correction during this council meeting to explain why the concepts put in that letter were inaccurate, that we are doing something about it. I don't care if this is it's against me. What I care is it's explained to the people, and that's why we ask questions. So that's the point. So going back to the mid-year, right? You said that we will have another mid-year and it's standard. But look at our history. Out of the 6.8 million, there's 257 recurring, whether we like it or not, it's going to be recurring all those years. It's a benefit that we provided, right? And the source of that last year is non-recurring. So now we will have to incorporate that the next few years. What happens if we have a recurring expense again before we reach December of 2027 that we cannot account? For example, right? We have, just stop me. We have contract negotiations going forward. What is a feasible way? Okay, forget about the contract negotiation. What is, let's say we hired 2 more employees, right? That's likened to the 257,000 that we did last mid-year. Let's say we hired 2 more employees that staff wanted to have in their department. And let's say that 2 employees with benefits cost the city 300,000. This happens between now and December of 2027. Of course, in December of 2027, we will have to balance the budget because of the hiring of hypothetically 2 employees. So those contingencies, where are they in trying to project a feasible and sustainable budget? Those are really the questions. It's not about cutting people. It's not about cutting services. As I said, that's the last. That only happens if we're really, really down financially. But I agree with you, we're not. But I don't want to be on the situation that at some point we will make that decision. So let's do it now. What can we do now? If you look, I can tell you probably what I can do now, but it's too late to be considering this budget, right? So, and I won't rub it in, the organizational assessment, right? But there are others. If you look, part of the budget memoranda that you provided the council, everybody receives it, is the effect of overtimes, especially public safety, right? If you look at the police summary, it seems standard. If you look at fire, there's more information needed to assess what kind of policy or what kind of move do we need to address those overtimes. Have we done anything about it? I don't know. But I know what I know is the consequence of that is an additional recurring expenditure for that certain department. Have we looked at other departments? I believe we have 12, right? I may be wrong with the numbers again. So what I'm saying is, have we looked at them? What we've been trying to look at is where are we going to get the dollar to erase the red? But how come? I understand everybody's new, right? I understand it's too late now to consider organizational assessment. But would that be a reason to approve now what's in front of us because we were not able to do it? I don't know if that's an excuse, right? On my books, maybe, but at least compromise on the uncertainty, on the deficiency, admitted deficiency we had in preparing this budget, and compromise in a good way, right? I'm not saying, when I say cut 5%, maybe it's half-meant truth, but it's a figure of speech. What I really meant is, let's have a contingency, because most of our projections are based on contingency anyway. Let's face contingency with contingency. It's contingent to a better sales tax in the next quarter. It's contingent to this. Why not make a contingency too on the expenditure side, so that we can, not only we can increase the revenue, we can also slow down expenditures. Those concepts, again, I don't know if those are fiscal considerations, but at least those are logics to me. So that's one. Another one is the general fund reserves, right? I received a memorandum, and I'm going to discuss this because I want the public to understand what is the 100, correct me, the 100-something million in reserves, right? Is that, so what comprises this? And it's in the, it says the portion of the reserves are several buckets. And I think only 44 million of it can be touched. Is it? Supplement me because I read too much. So talking about general funds, that is the
Here's a slide for reserve.
it's one of those memorandum that we receive.
The reserves?
Right, the reserves.
So Luz, can you reiterate or kind of, is there, because you mentioned that about the reserves, can you go ahead and reiterate?
There is a slide for the reserve. There's a slide.
There is a slide for the reserves?
Do we know what slide number that is?
We shown it earlier during the presentation.
Right, so let's explain.
Slide 13, please.
Thank you.
This one, yes. Right. So we understand, when you look at 134.1 million, it's a lot, right? But what I want to understand is, what is it broken into, and what part of the reserves is claimed that would last only 4 months, should, heaven fall. So what I'm saying is, yes, as the letter said, right? We have a lot of reserves, but let us together understand what we can touch with this reserve, because not everything on that reserve we can touch if heaven falls, as I said, right? What part of it? I think it's the 44 million, no? The one that you said it will last for 4 months?
Go ahead.
Just talking about the 16.67.
So currently, we have the contingency and budget stabilization reserve, which total $46.8 million.
So tell me, please. So that's the only portion of the 134.1 million that we can dip in should something catastrophic happens.
There are other unassigned and designated reserves that, based on council policy, you could pull from those, but those are set aside for various other council
The
priorities that they've set
19.3
up.
million, right?
There's 19.3.
19.3 million. So, right. So out of 134 million, which seems a lot, now we're figuring out that only the 46 million can be allotted. Of course, we have those unassigned should economic reverses happen as a last resort. Am I right? You said yes. You said if everything stops, yes, that will last us for 4 months.
Okay, I want to be very careful here. Okay, the contingency reserve is the 2 months, and that's the 23.4 million.
Okay.
The budget stabilization reserve is another 2 months on top of that. It's 23.4 million. We have additional monies that are not specifically called out. I'm going to go through them, and I do owe you that. I just haven't gotten to you that. But if I may read into the record, if you are okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the non-spendable amount, that represents prepaid amounts. That means that we've paid something that is coming in the future. If we were, okay? Property held for, and and I'm going to round stuff up. Please forgive me for rounding stuff up for the purposes of this discussion. Okay, that's about $1 million, about 50,000. We have another 4.2 million in a property that we hold on Main Street. We have the 44 million, and I can't see the number. 44.6 million plus in the committed bucket. You see PERS, at the end of 24-25, we had $7.3 million. So add those two numbers, it's over 50 million. That's the money that I'm proposing to use specifically for the purposes in order to apply against future retirement debt. We talked about the UAL. And the thing is if we can do that in a way that allows us to effectively, without affecting our investment portfolio. And the reason I'm being careful about it is if you buy out early, I'm trying to get the word. If you basically cash out your bonds early, your investments early, you pay a penalty. So I'd rather have them, basically if we borrowed somebody's paper, I'm going to make it up, by Chevron. But if we bought Apple paper, Apple debt, we want to buy it until it comes back, because then we can realize the full stream of interest that from that particular investment. But so this is why I keep saying to you, I need to come back to you so I can figure out what the schedule is to do that, so we can apply it in a way that we do make the best benefit. The recommendation that I have, and this is a very easy recommendation to make because I've run the numbers several times, is to basically pay down our UAL on the public safety side, because that's the one that's more challenging. What that will result in is a reduction in our ongoing payments of retirement payments out the door. That's recurring.
Right.
Okay. The fact that we have over $50 million to dedicate to that effort is amazing. Okay. We have 1.9 million in artificial turf. We're going to put another 100,000 this year because generally we put 230,000 a year into it. We'll cap it out at 230. That 130,000 goes over beyond the waterfall. We have some money in technology replacement, and some of this money may be committed. I know the artificial turf isn't because we're just saving it. I know the PERS isn't committed in the sense of it's in that pot, but we haven't designated a use for it. Okay, facilities replacement, 3.2 million. I know that we have some areas that we have committed. In other words, we have, the council at some session has committed that.
Right.
We have contract can't touch, you can't, other assigned we can't touch. We have the contingency reserves at 23.4. We have the future deficit at 23.4. We have the ERAF litigation. Councilmember, thank you for your question. I have not pushed the button send, Councilmember Leanne. Our balance in that is about 2.8. That is hedging against the fact that the litigation that is currently ongoing will go against the county and therefore its cities. We have the SPAR, which is that strategic investments. It's 710,000. Last year, council took a direct action from the dais to provide more money from that. Then we have the community investment programs, which at the end of the year, the numbers that I'm quoting to you were at the end of the fiscal year, and they are audited numbers. And you will get this in a memo. If you want to write it down, that's great. I'm reading it to the record, but we will get this in a formal memo. And then we have undersigned of about $10.8 million. Of that $10.8 million, we have about $7.7 million that we can also I believe that we can spend. But again, I'm conservative. I want to make sure that I understand what that 7.7 million is. So we may have more money to basically take out of reserves because that's unassigned, it's not assigned to anything. But if I give you a number, and you guys know I'm terrible at the dais, when I'm here, and you all at the dais, I'd rather give you a memo that's a little bit thought out. But effectively, the fact that we have that money, that over $50 million to apply to a URL, that is going to be absolutely great. But that does not solve our overall problem. And can you bring up slide 7, please? And thank you, Vice Mayor, thank you for the question. Okay. What you're talking about in very simple terms, what you talked about in the first section of your question number 1 is, how do we flatten that trajectory?
Yes.
Right.
And that's when I showed
So the
444.
UAL will flatten that trajectory. Additional revenues, ongoing revenues will flatten that trajectory. The Rivian stream will flatten that trajectory. Recurring revenues will flatten that trajectory. So but it is a budget balancing and a considered budget balancing to do.
But Luz, that is theory. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, increase this, it flattens it. Why are we not hearing what those theories that you're mentioning is applying now in disapproval of this budget in consideration with next year's?
Because we have to have actions and consider thought about and be realistic about the numbers we've brought to you. I am not a person, especially around bringing you numbers. I'm going to bring you numbers that I can actually be confident about, that they will return. With the numbers that I say to you are real, are based in fact. So if I bring you a UAL pay down strategy, that needs to be footed in reality. How do I bring down those investments in those portfolios that we don't have lost opportunities?
So here's what I have expected as a response, right? And no, your response is great, right? So when I said, when you say you cannot predict it, I wish I could bring the numbers from, this source fund you're saying. I think what we and maybe the people wants to hear is, this is what's going on. That can manifest itself to the theory that we're discussing, and hence that would alleviate our structural deficit going forward. I think that's the answer that I was expecting, at least, right? I understand we've been talking about this budget. We already know that we cannot predict what happens in the future, but you can substitute that with programs that we currently are doing to realize those theories that would solve our structural deficit. Wouldn't it be better, right? We present the people, we have the structural deficit, these are the theories that we're going to solve it with. Than saying, here's the structural deficit projection, this is what we're doing now, this is based on a theory to flatten the two going forward. Wouldn't that be a better answer?
And I thought that
And-
was the answer that I was providing.
No.
And so with all due respect, Councilmember, Vice Mayor, what you're not seeing here is Rivian revenue.
All right.
That is known, and I know you don't like us to speak about it, but that is known. Before, it wasn't, the facility wasn't open. And now we have revenue, and you still don't see it, because you're not going to see it until we understand.
All right, it's 170,000. You know, I tried to do the math at home. 170,000, and I asked Councilmember Lam to calculate with me. 170,000 is 65% of 1% of 10% sales tax. Question: how many cars does Rivian have to sell for us to realize 170,000? Did we calculate that? I have an answer. I might be wrong, because I'm not that good in math.
Councilmember, in the Rivian sales agreement, there is a projection in there that includes how many cars that we are expected to sell.
No,
Next week.
Luz,
See,
you
forgive me,
said that
Rivian.
there's already a report, and you're saying now, you're verbalizing that's 170,000. And that's only the first quarter, is it? I mean, you know, you said you
The
just...
first month.
The first month. So now, putting it in a formula, tell me if our agreement with Rivian is not this. We get 65% of 1% from the 10% sales tax that they generate.
Yes.
Right. So now let's put on the numbers. That 65% of 1% of the 10% is 170,000. So what is the total sales for us to get 170,000 for 1 month? How much Rivian sold?
Councilmember, we're coming dangerously close to disclosing sales tax information that I am not capable of providing. City Attorney, I need some guidance on this because I think I'm going to slip.
So I would suggest getting away from the specific numbers that have been reported to date. If you want to talk about the hypotheticals as to the total amount of sales, you just keep it away from any specific information that we have and the calculations, anything that would be protected or proprietary there. I would also, if I may, just suggest one point of clarification, because I think, if I understood correctly, the 1% is one of the 10 that are collected. It's not 1% of 10%. But I'll look to finance to correct me.
I'm not going to because I'm bad at it.
Okay.
I would say, because I'm going to, council member, I'm very honest with you guys. You guys hired me, and I should have told you that I'm not really good at math. But what I am good at is negotiating contracts. And if you look at the Rivian contract, and you actually have a write-up on it that provides you additional information. It's a very long write-up, and then I have a short one in front. But effectively, we do have a plan going forward.
Right. No,
I
I
cannot
don't
dig
question
into
the Rivian contract. As I said, I trust you. You know, whoever negotiated that, I did. I'm just trying to find out what policies are in place as a response to everybody's question, how to flatten the graph between revenue and expenditure. As you said, we anticipate this, but we cannot, know the right numbers because you can bring them. You want to be sure. Well, as I said, I'll compromise. What programs are in place to realize, your theory of flattening the distance between expenditure and revenue? What do we have?
That is a fiscal strategy that we started going through. And so that program is in place. And so we've already implemented steps of that program. We did do one-time money when we looked at all the contracts, and we realized about a couple of $1 million from effectively closing contracts that were not in use. We started doing appropriate allocation of staffing to the activities where they were performing. So in other words, their salaries, their compensation package follows. If they're performing work or activities on the water fund, they should be charged to the water fund. So we have done that. We are implementing things, and I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna bring up the fact that we are looking, another program that we're leading is the business tax with the hope that the voters see the benefit to us and the fact that this tax has not been renewed in 50 years. And there are multiple of programs that we can talk about. Some of them, I will be honest with you, I'm not talking about them because, again, and I use this phrase, half-baked. But again, things take time. If you want to do things well, they take time, they take persistence, they take thorough thought, and they take explaining it. And you're absolutely right, Vice Mayor, I could not agree with you more, in that the public needs to be educated. So we have had open sessions with folks with budget to come and talk to us. On any given day, I will talk to somebody, and Alice would talk to anybody, and her staff will talk to anybody about budget, because budget represents strategy to us. My comment always is, your budget, because frankly, this is your budget, reflects what you are most interested in. So that's when I always respond to you, what levels of service do you want to reduce or change or increase or modify? It is because that is what you come to us from the community. I'm not in the community. That's not my role. But you all come to us with strategies and thoughts about how money's to go. And that is the budget that you approve is a manifestation of that strategy. It's a manifestation of what folks want as far as community service. It's a manifestation when we do a cost recovery program that reduces our costs, that you believe in that community, you believe in the youth. So those are programs that are ongoing. The others that I've spoken about earlier are also programs. That UAO, I expect will do well. But again, I'm going to tell you that it's going to take time.
Is it fast enough to address the next year or the next few years, at least?
I do expect it in the next 2 years, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
The tax refunding I expect to bring in August. But again, takes time.
Let's talk about personal services expenditures, right? Out of the 292 million, personal services, both salaries and benefits, totals to, correct me, 139,638,798, right? So if you look, how much about, and the difference will be 52 million. If I just subtract it easily, 292 minus 139, I rounded it off, it became 52.
Forgive us, the 139 is the complete personnel package?
Right.
And what is the number that you're resulting with at the end
So
when you
if we
subtract something
subtract
else?
that from the total operating budget, what's left is 52 million. We are trying to approve 292 million.
200, if I can, just to clarify, I want to take a step back with your indulgence.
Yes, please.
Okay. We have an overall budget, and we're probably going to start bringing you the overall budget because frankly, it's surprising to me that we haven't historically. Your overall budget represents everything that we do. What you're seeing.
Just for tonight, the 292.3.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
Forgive me.
Okay, sorry.
Hang on. Okay, so 292.2 million is our entire budget. The 152 is the general fund money that we are always talking about. That the remaining money is what's called enterprise funds or capital funds or other stuff. They are self-contained. You could draw a box around them. You could draw a virtual box around them. Water, sewer, the ratepayers pay that. We can only, I don't think, and I'm going to look to you. We don't have an intra-fund policy. That's a longer discussion. But we can't mix those monies. There's basically a wall.
I understand. All I'm asking is the money we expended for personal service and benefits is 139 million. I understand that you cannot spend it from the other ones as you're explaining. My only question, here's the question why I predicated it like that. Out of the 139 million, right, and that is a recurring expenditure going all throughout, right? So how are we covering that now? Is it sourced from revenue? Is it sourced from different buckets of funds? Is it sourced from one-time fund? I know the answer. I just want to ask this so that people know.
May I ask you to bring up slide 5 again? And then you're gonna.
So Councilmember, if I may,
Yes.
the $139.6 million in personnel costs that you have, ongoing costs, are covered by ongoing revenues. So that's going to be covered by your property tax, your sales tax, your users, right, with the enterprise funds, our constituents that pay into the water fund and the sewer fund through grants like our housing authority and things of that nature. So those are funded by ongoing revenues.
Right. So the personal services, salaries, and benefits on this chart is covered by revenues and other sources.
Correct.
So let's say we subtract 139 million. I rounded it off, right? To each and every one, what's left is for the rest.
So just so we're clear, this is a little bit of apples and oranges in that the 139 million is all funds. The general fund, which is what you're seeing here, is our general fund forecast. The general fund personnel is 121.7 million. Right? So that's the general fund bucket that you're going to be seeing here on this slide represented in the expenditures line of the 152.1. I would take out the 121.7 million out of that, and what's left over is your other services, right? All of your other expenditures, your debt, and everything else.
So it's a must that it's funded, the personal services, salaries, and benefits.
I'm sorry, what was
It's a must that the personal salaries and benefits needs to be funded. It should be readily available.
Correct. And just if I can, just remind Vice Mayor, we did endeavor this past year with the help of all of our department heads to do a modified zero-based budget. We went back to the table with all of our directors and departments and asked them to look at every single one of their expenditures, personnel and non, right? Personnel, are they being charged appropriately? Are they being charged to the services that they provide? In addition to that, we had them look at every single contract, every single vendor, on line by line on their non-personnel budget, and reduce where there wasn't a contractual obligation or there was a little bit of cushion, if you would, or slush money there, to ensure that the budget that we're bringing forward here is but bare minimum what we need in order to provide the services without doing a service level cut. And that, at the end of the day, resulted in that reduction of our overall structural deficit. You know, to fix the structural deficit, we need, as you mentioned, we need to decrease expenditures and increase revenues. And we've worked very diligently with our department heads to reduce those expenditures and have cut that structural deficit by half. And we are putting in place, and our economic development team is working really hard to bring more, taxpayers to the city, right, to increase that revenue. We're looking at the possibility of the business tax going on the ballot next year. And, we already have the Rivian in place. But unfortunately, unlike our expenditures that we can see an immediate result of, right? I can cut that and I can immediately see the savings there. The revenue, because of the way we do our budget, is very conservative. We're conservative on expenditures and conservative with our revenues. We choose not to assume revenues until we have some backup to respond to that, to be able to track that and trend it. And so what I know Director Luz has already asked this, but I truly think that we give this time to see those other efforts that we've already put in place, right? It's going to take time for those to show their true colors. And so if we can give ourselves, we've now with that, the new action that you guys took with the 1.6, we have fully balanced, projected wise, our 26 and 27 fiscal years, giving us a little bit more time for some of those unknown revenues to become a little bit more known, to bring you a better idea of our true structural deficit or surplus, if you would, reality come the next year and possibly into the next 2 years or so. But I think we'll have a much better image for you and a true fiscal status that we can talk about next mid-year or February when we're bringing the next forecast, because a lot of those efforts that are going to take time, that are already in place, we just have to see them play themselves out. I think that's going to help alleviate some of your concerns. We just need a little bit of time for that to come up.
Okay, it's good to hear that we have asked each department of reducing the expenditure really, because that's what I meant when I proverbially say cut it by 5%, right? So what really that means is, let's see if there's some expenditures for whatever expenditures there are in each department that we can remove, so that, you know, some of our revenue covering them, now we know that they have to be funded by the general fund, you know, we'll be able to catch up. But what assurance that whatever reduction each department have, right, because we didn't receive a report about that, would be prudently maintained, so that you know, we can realize and feel the effects of this, and as you said, you know, see the true color of them in the future. Do we have a policy to say, hey, you know, before you bring back expenditures that, you know, we tried to save, you come to City Manager Willie? Is there something like that? I mean, as a safeguard, you know, I smile about it, but I think, you know, it's a good policy, right? To have a review whenever that department's own volition, a reduction of the expenditure will have a, you know, a check valve, like at the city manager's office, before it can be released again? Or is it the discretion of the director as well to put back whatever that department contributed to reduce expenditure?
It's part of the base budget process. So the departments can bring a contract. We have, you know, contract to do our landscaping on our parks and maintenance, park maintenance, right? There is contractual obligations to that. And if we're not adding a park and we're not adding extended hours for restroom cleaning or what have you, they're keeping the service level status quo, but the cost itself increases because there's an adjustment that's built into the contract. As part of our base process, we would make them whole to maintain that already council-approved level of service. They cannot come back and increase that level of service without that being a budget proposal that we would bring forward to you as part of your budget deliberation. So, and it's a best practice that we look at this with our directors, department directors, and every single year when we're doing what we call our base budget. And that happens before that December timeline comes up. That happens back starting in October, November. We're already working with our departments on, okay, we're coming up, let's start looking at the next year. Where are your contracts? Let's pull them. Let's look at, see what increases are part of that. Or if, for example, supplies, you know, they have a widget and that widget has gone up over the last 3 years. They've paid $1 more every single year. Each year it's gone up $1. They can show me that trend analysis. Again, we're maintaining the same level of service and not increasing it. We're just, the costs have increased and we make them whole for that. That's part of what's included in this forecast that you see, which is our base budget.
Okay.
I'm gonna, if I may, I'm gonna add on to that, because the important part of this is the reason that you have a purchasing agent being reclassified to a purchasing manager. So we have an extraordinarily experienced purchasing agent, but unfortunately, she's not interested in full-time work. And the other thing, we issued over in the last, and she's in the last a year and a half that we've been here, we issued what I call umbrella contracts. So these are pools of vendors. And we've done it with architectural engineering services, and we've done it with on-call services. And the benefit to that is you have identified a pool of service providers that have the appropriate certification, that have the appropriate licensing, that have the appropriate experience, that can meet our terms and conditions. And all of those contracts, I think it's 22 plus 13. Yeah, I think oh dear God. Okay, it's close to 40 contracts between those two areas are all capped at 3% a year. So we know for the 5 years that those contracts are in place. We have certainty around those contracts. If you procure well, that person's return, or the return of investment of an organization, no matter where you are, corporate, nonprofit, is absolutely extraordinary. We have saved the organization over the years already, I would venture to say, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, simply by executing a program, a conscious way to deliver products and get services delivered to the city that meets our terms and conditions and meets our high quality. So when we get those trucks and we buy those trucks off cooperatives at price, because we're buying into a pool and a buyer has gone out and sought these cooperative contracts that offer the best price to a municipality or a business like us, we are getting the best buy. And when we maintain those trucks by having this asset manager, having that on a replacement program so that we're not driving vehicles or items that we can't get our park maintenance workers from here to there, or they can't use a piece of equipment, that's a program.
Okay.
And we've already had that in place.
All right. And another question, while we are in personal salaries and benefits, so we know that they come from general funds. So here's the question. It was an experience we had with MidCon before mid-year last year. No. The benefits that we the 257,000, right? So are we expecting any of our contracts going forward after we approve this budget? Of those kinds of benefits we provide through their negotiated contract already, we're expecting the next year? Have we incorporated those as part of our expenditures for the projection? I don't know if I'm clear.
Included in the budget projection, included in this forecast is an estimate, an assumption for anything that any labor contract that has not been negotiated and executed, we carry.
Right. No, I understand that. So we carry it, right? And I will not talk about that. What I'm saying is those contracts that were already negotiated, let's say a 3-year contract, a 4-year contract, that resets on a certain percentage or a certain benefit along the life of the contract. Are we looking at any of those kinds of expenditures?
I'm going to rephrase the question with your permission. Are you talking about renegotiating our benefits contract first?
I'll give an example. Let's say we have what we call a fund department, right? Let's call it fund department, so it's hypothetical. And then last year, we provided them with a 3-year contract and an increase of 5, 10, 15%. If we project the budget, we can budget that, right? And then, because they're so good last year, in 6 months, they came to us, hey, can you provide us with, I'll make this benefit up, more fun benefit. Give us, it's like a COLA. Let's say, give us 50,000 more. And then we amended their contract.
Do you want us?
Or it's part of the original contract. Now it says in the original contract, it kicks in on the 2nd year. on the life of their contract, which is a 4-year. So it's just like that question, do we expect any benefits that were already part of an approved contract on any of our employee groups to kick in during this fiscal year that we haven't incorporated yet on our budget?
Council member, Vice Mayor, I'm concerned that we're in the middle of having discussions with unions, and I think.
I'm not talking about whatever we have now. The question is clear. So whatever we had now, whether we approve it last year or the other year, is there some benefit that will kick in during this fiscal year?
Could I ask, Vice Mayor, are you asking about benefits, for example, like health insurance that will increase
something
over
like that.
time?
That's already part of a negotiated contract, valid contract ongoing.
So we're talking about costs that are part of the contract, not just on the salary side, but on the benefit side, that are likely to inflate by some percentage as well.
Yes. So it's not about a contract that we're going to do. It's a contract that we had already, existing contract that inflates. That's a good word. That inflates during this fiscal year that we have not incorporated on our expenditures yet. Yes, ma'am. Yes. That will happen, yes, on this fiscal
That will
year.
happen under an existing contract. It just
Yes.
kicked in. Have we accounted for that in this budget?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
what you're asking for?
Yes.
And I would say yes.
Okay, we have.
Yeah. That's done through the projections with the budget office.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's the question. So, we have accounted what we had approved before as part of, trying to have a balanced budget. Okay, I think I'm good for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Is
Thank
that
you
it?
for your
Okay.
patience.
Thank you. Who else wants to make any more comments on this subject?
I want to thank you for the conversation. You and I like to debate too much.
That was very thorough. Okay, we have Councilmember Lamb here.
Or I'd like to address the letter from Police Officer Association as well. One of the comment was saying the council member need to come to work prepared. The letter was aiming at Vice Mayor Papadero, Councilmember Chua, and myself. I believe we come prepared and well prepared. That's why we ask the question very thoughtfully. If we not prepared, we are not able to ask those questions. That's all I want to say for that. And let's get back to the budget. One of the question I had is related to gas and electric. I noticed for the past couple of years, the expenses were about $2 million for electric, and gas was about $220,000. And this year's projection was you projected to be about 1.5 times, so it's about $1.1 million more than the previous 2 years. And you mentioned you need more time to go into find the details and give me an answer on that. And what I'd like to say is I'm not sure you too conservative on this estimate or not, but if you come back and with a number less than the projected amount, I would like to have the remaining amount to be allocated to the surplus.
I believe that any leftover funds would automatically get added to your waterfall and thus be part of the surplus. Per Councilmember Chua's motion, that would be for to cover the deficit, that would go into that fund covering that component.
Well, I understand it will go into the waterfall, but the waterfall will go through a lot of steps. So by the time, it might not make it to the surplus.
And it's possible I misunderstood, but the prior motion essentially requires that 1.6 go to that surplus, regardless of the source. So if it was a overly conservative estimate in terms of the expenses and money is saved, it'll go in there until that 1.6 is hit.
Okay.
And Councilmember, if I may, we're going to give you a much more detailed explanation of that, but 0.8 million of that, so 800,000 of that, was a one-time rebate that happened to get thrown into the base in prior years that we fixed this year. So that you're going to see our electricity went up by $800,000 because there was a rebate, a refund that the city received. It was a one-time refund that accidentally got mixed into the base in prior years, and we corrected that. So we're going to give you more details on that, but we did go pretty deep in depth and looked at the last 4 years of spending on electricity and gas to come up with that projection that we gave you.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to the waterfall picture? One of the item on the waterfall is on PERS rate stabilization. Is there a percentage that goes into this item?
Could we get slide 13, please?
The PERS rate stabilization is a calculated number. So after the waterfall, 16.67%, another 16.67%. The PERS number is what was budgeted, and there's remaining funds. You take what has been budgeted, as we would have budgeted in FY 24-25, and you subtract what is actual. That difference goes into PERS, and there is a cap on it. But if I could beg your indulgence, you are getting one of these in great detail. So I can, and actually I'm going to have a little demonstration of it. But effectively, it is the difference between what was budgeted, thus what was paid out, goes to PERS until a certain cap.
Okay. Is there a cap?
I keep using the word cap. Let me hang on 1 second.
Or maximum amount?
Yeah, I'm going to look. Pension budgetary savings, budget minus actual. Unfortunately, I do not have. We don't have a cap in our policy, so I'm going to make up numbers now for a minute. Okay? I have $1 million in retirement debt. I have 500,000. We're going to get back to you because there is a level of cap, because the reason I know this is because the next level, and it's not displayed on the chart, so I don't have it easily in front of us. We don't have it easily in front of us. So because the next level of the waterfall, and I wish I could put this up there, goes to the artificial turf replacement, and that bucket's already been filled.
Right.
It caps at the UAL. I'm going to defer that response because if I give you the wrong answer, I'm going to regret it forever. Because I didn't mean it that way. I'm going to personally regret it forever. Not because of you, because of me personally.
Okay. The next question is regarding the future deficit reserve. Is that the reserve we use on the other picture, this 0.8 million? You use it on the other picture, which is on slide 5. Is that the 0.8 million from yeah, there's a 0.8 million here. Is that the 0.8 million down on the other slide and transfer to this?
When you,
the future deficit reserve,
right.
and it labeled as use. So is that where it is used on this 0.8?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That was part of that council action in November of 2024 that approved the IAFF contract, approved 0.8 million of the future deficit reserve, and then another reserve for the remainder of that, the PERS stabilization.
Yeah, I just want
reserve.
to make sure this 0.8 is the same as the future deficit 0.8.
Correct.
Okay. As for community investment program, is there a percentage that goes into here or?
So the Community Investment Program had started off as the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, that the city received $16 million from the federal government. Council took action of that in June of 2021. And then in April of 2024, because of the possibility of clawback of those funds, council made the direction to use that as a revenue loss replacement, basically swap it, change the color of money with general fund. And so technically that community investment fund is general fund dollars, but it's just the residual money that was left over from the programs that were allocated and budgeted as part of that ARPA plan. Once those programs and those funds are gone, we are not adding monies to that because essentially it's just the general fund. Originally, it was set aside because of the grant needing to be set aside for that.
I see. So does that mean even though it's on the waterfall, it's not going to be any additional money add to this item?
That'll be part of the one-time funds that will be available for council, but I know that we are working at finalizing those numbers, and that will be part of a memo that we've come back to you with a more detailed explanation of what funds are left there.
I see. So what you're saying, that's basically a general fund dollars.
Correct.
And not restricted.
It does not have a restriction to it, that's correct.
Okay. And one of the last item on the reservoir is unassigned, unrestricted. This is whatever remains goes into here.
Correct. At the end of the day, if it doesn't fall into one of those reserve pots, it's what we call fund balance, right? It's your ending fund balance. It's the pot that it all gets there until it's allocated for a different use or a different reserve.
Okay. On this March 3rd presentation, it says 10.8 million. We still have 10.8 or more than that.
As of those numbers or audited numbers, I always like to remind folks, I'm sorry, Alice. Those are audited numbers. That was in a point in time because those are one-time monies. So as of our closing of our books, as of June 30th, 2025, after we completed all our transactions, made sure we paid our debts and got the revenues. In December, you accepted the the waterfall at that time. Last year for 24-25, it was 6.2 million.
Can you repeat the last?
Last year, it was 6.2 million that
Okay.
went into the waterfall.
Okay, 6.2 million went into waterfall. Okay, and this two item, the community investment program and the unassigned unrestricted, those are, we have, we can allocate to any funds we want to.
That is correct. Theoretically, those are open for council. They are not assigned for any purpose at this point in time.
Okay.
I want to be clear, you said you can allocate it to any funds, you can allocate it to any purpose.
Purpose,
Thank
okay,
you.
thank you.
How much is it,
Well, it's on this presentation, June 30th, 2025, it's about $12 million.
But please be mindful that this was the audited numbers as of the end of 24-25. Council did take action with the Community Investment Fund. And so we are putting together that council, a memorandum, an informational memo for council to show you what those funds, at the end of the day, how much is left in this community investment funds.
Yes, because we have allocated some funding for that.
Correct.
We need,
Yeah, I just want to make clear that we did allocate some funds, funds for those, for that.
As part of the
12
November and
fund.
December actions that council took
Right.
with those one-time council priorities, some of those funds came from that community investment fund. And so we are putting together that reconciliation for council and we will get that to you.
Aren't you going to ask us the same question tonight as well? That true? Excuse me.
Yes, we had it. Yes, it was part of the presentation last time. We wanted to bring it back to you with a great deal more detail so we can understand and demonstrate to you, also provide you basically an update on what's complete, what's ongoing, what's not, and so to give you a better picture of how that fund is performing for our community.
Are you doing that tonight or next time?
We're going to do that next time because we want to make sure we have really good, solid numbers for you.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Lamb.
I just want to interject here. It's already 7:30 and we still have quite a few items to go. Just reminding everyone. Thank you.
That's it for now.
Okay, that's it for now. Anyone else have any questions on this budget? We have Councilmember Lian.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Luz, City Attorney and City Manager, also Suzanne, for answering all the questions that I sent in. That was very helpful, and I do not have any additional questions for now, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. If you can go back to, I think it was slide. It's the one with the, the funds that we have extra. Oh, what do you call, there's a term for it, I just can't remember what it was. Yeah, the surplus.
It's slide 14, please. Oh, is it this? Or is it slide 5?
Yeah, that one. So you wanted us to decide on this, or I was just wondering if the council is ready to decide on these, or what is the will of the council? But I also wanted to ask about, well, I know I talked to you earlier, but if you can reiterate what you mentioned about the community police center. So I know that we already allocated, the council had already allocated 300,000, but because we did a site visit that was chief, who else was there? Matt and a few other people. And so we did, and Councilmember Lamb, and we did an assessment, and it looks like it's going to be more than 300,000. So when will this be on, why is it not on here?
It was presented, essentially, we've rolled over the presentation from last year.
So we approved it.
But we've already allocated money for the police.
Right, and I want to add more because I think it's going to be more, so.
So
What would be the process?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Mayor, if I could ask if you're asking about adding one-time money at this point as part of the one-time allocation?
Yeah, it's to add from the one that was already allocated.
Yeah, so I do believe that this item does give you discretion as part of this, the one-time component to consider how to allocate that 937,000. So, you have the options in front of you, but you're not limited to those options
Okay.
that are on this page.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I just, I really feel that it's really important because we have a few businesses there on the South Main Street, and we've had a lot of break-ins. We had Jerry's Market that's been burglarized several times. And then the community, I've asked some of the communities in the Pines, and they would like to see some kind of a community center there, because there's really nothing there for them to do or go. And also to have police presence there. So I really feel this is really important for the community. And so that's why I want to make sure that they are represented. So anyway, so what the process would be to add it on the surplus. I would like to add that, and I think we need a consensus.
we need a number as well.
Oh, a number. Well, right now we have 300 allocated, but I really feel it's going to be like 500. And I know that we have the Lion Living that gave us that 700,000. So if we could use some of that for the community benefit, it was a community benefit. And I don't know if is that part of the surplus? Or
Yeah,
not?
Julie Manow is going to answer the question on the specifics of how much has been allocated to
Okay.
that. But I'm going to remind you that is the item that we're going to bring back to you fully, because we also
Can you
have.
repeat that again? It's an item you're going to bring back when? Go ahead, Julie.
Mayor Montano, the council had allocated $310,000 to the police community room, as you describe it. And so, as I understand it, we understand it.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Certainly.
No,
So you're proposing then to add an additional monies to reach what amount then?
I'm thinking it's going to be, well, actually, I never had gotten any numbers from Christian DiRenzo. Can you come down here and kind of give us a ballpark figure, what's going to cost? So that way we can add it in, hopefully.
We have both microphones active.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
question. The answer is a flat, I don't know how much it's going to cost. As I mentioned to you when we did the site visit, there are some unknown variables and factors that we won't be able to quantify until we do environmental and structural assessment. I don't know. It could, environmental remediation is very, very expensive. And so, I would suggest an option is for us to move forward with that portion of the exercise. We can do an environmental, we can come back once we know what that discloses, and then we can revisit what potentially the cost could be for doing full remediation of that facility.
Okay, so you don't have a ballpark figure?
I don't have a
Okay.
ballpark.
So I'm going to throw something out there. So I'm thinking maybe 500. So adding another 200 to that.
We understood.
And if it's less, then that's great. If it's more, then we'll come back.
We will come back. Staff will come back once we've done the environmental, the quotes that we received for some of the sort of tenant improvements were already 9 months old, so we could refresh those and come back with a more informed numbers.
Okay,
for
that
you.
sounds great.
Okay.
So with your permission, may I clarify your ask? You already have $310,000 in appropriated, you've already appropriated and you've taken that action, and you're seeking 190,000 more. So that would be.
200 more, 200, yeah.
Okay.
Because, and I don't know if we can, if that surplus, does the Lion Living Community Benefit include that surplus or not?
That is not yet in the surplus. We have not considered it yet, but we
Okay.
will include it. We'll go back and see.
That's what I'm going to propose. Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it. Is it,
I believe that needs consent.
do we need a,
So you're going to have to make a decision in terms of all of the one-time funding needs and how that money gets spent. So it's the council's discretion as to how you want to proceed, whether you take those one at a time or whether you incorporate them all in a final motion, but you have a finite amount here to allocate. So we'll need some sort of final direction that gets incorporated in the ultimate motion.
so I guess a question for Luce, will it make a difference if we just wait till we get an assessment? Since the money will still be there in the future, or just leave it alone and don't even?
If the council wills, Director Dorenzo seems to believe he has sufficient money to do the assessment. So perhaps we come back to you with a robust reconciliation of those dollars. We will also go back and include the Lions dollars and also the cash flow of those dollars, because I seem to remember there was some timing around it. But our preference is we have certain monies already, and then what do the Lions contribute? So we can present you with a rounded picture versus than bits and
Yeah, I
pieces.
just don't want it to slip under the rug.
It's money is going to start to work under
Yeah,
Director
okay.
Dorenzo, because he won't allow otherwise.
We'll go with your suggestion.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor and Council, if I may, just one thing to keep in mind also is your community center roof is still listed as one of your potential one-time fundings. And given the condition of what I've been briefed on at this point, I'd highly recommend that you give it some consideration because it can have a significant
Can you speak a little bit louder? Because I don't think I can hear you.
it can have a significant impact on the overall viability of the facility, given the condition of the roof that is in need of replacement.
So what are you suggesting?
I suggest you consider allocating some funding for the community center roof to be addressed.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay, we have Councilmember Chua.
It's okay for, I think it's okay to approve the community center roof since it's a safety issue.
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Can we?
Let me have Councilmember Barbadillo.
Right, can we go around and pull what each council member has to say about a potential project or a program, and then once we have them, then we see if we have enough, and if we don't, then we prioritize, and that's how we approve it.
Okay. So for me, if I'm starting, if this is okay with Mayor,
Yeah, right.
I'm okay with the Milpitas Youth Force for 40,000. I'm also okay with the Ring Doorbell Initiative for another 60 in case Assistant Chief of Police needs it. The Care Solace and it's okay with me. That's a pilot project. The choir and band support, I think we need that, and we recognize their contribution to our city. I'm gonna put aside the Milpitas Smart because we don't have that much funds to address that, and we have until 2027 to hopefully we'll get some funds somehow. And I'm okay with the community center roof for 300,000 for design. And we'll talk about the 6 million after your design and your proposal. And in addition, the 200,000 for the Milpitas Police Center. Oh, Community Police Center? Okay.
It's modeled after the Alviso one. It's a community.
That's all that's my feedback.
And Mayor, I'd like to see if we can save $120,000 That's a $5,000 a month to help with Milpitas Food Pantry. That will give them enough time to work on getting themselves grants to support them. So that's my $120,000 for 2 years, $5,000 each month.
Rent? What is that for? What is the 100
Funding for food.
for food?
Yes, for food. Well, there's no restrictions.
So what about all the other ones? Do you agree with expansion of youth?
I agree
force?
with Councilmember Chua on the others.
Okay.
Then I don't have a problem with. No, I've been supportive of Milpitas Pantry. You didn't have to bring it out in the newspaper. But here's my question: can a organization like that receive donations like this?
So if your question is whether the city council can make the donation, you do have some ability. You'd have to make a finding that it's a public purpose. That's fundamentally a council decision. But as long as you made the determination that that was serving a public purpose of the city, you can do that. I would say we would probably want to refine that a bit when we get past the funding stage. So what I would be recommending, typically when you have a grant structure, you have some sort of language that restricts it to be used for a specified purpose. And that may be the charitable purposes of a particular organization, but just something that ensures that it doesn't get diverted from something other than what the city council was deciding to fund.
May
We have
I ask a
Councilmember
quick question?
Chua.
I have a question, City Attorney. Do they have to be C3 or C4?
We need your microphone, Councilmember.
Yeah, there isn't a requirement for tax exempt status in terms of the ability of the city to get grants. So for example, there have been, one of the older cases that I had reviewed involved a city that set up a small business loan program. And there was an ability essentially to provide some amount of funding through a program along those lines to provide some benefit to the committee or the community. You can have economic development. It doesn't have to be tied to tax exempt status, but you do have to make a finding that what it is that you're funding is a public purpose of the city of Milpitas.
Mayor and Council, I'd also like to include that this was a future agenda item request to direct staff to bring back something on the food pantry. We have not yet taken action to increase the rent of the food pantry.
Well, I'm going to interject here because the issue is that we want more days open with 5 days a week. The problem is that she doesn't want to be open more than 2-3 days, only 2 and 3 hours a day. Our homeless population is growing. People need, even our the cost of living, people need more food, but that she's not open. She does get a lot of foods, and so she has to wind up throwing a lot away because she's not open every day. That's the issue. And that's why, I was even considering asking the staff to do a RFP. This is not okay. 2 days or 3 days a week for only 2 or 3 hours a day is not sufficient to help the most vulnerable. I even asked her to stay open on Sunday, where we have the homeless there, the homeless showers there, but she doesn't want to be open on Sunday. She says she serves a different clientele. So there's a lot of other issues that we don't know. So I would not go into this I would want staff to do some research first before we even go into that, because there's a lot of other issues. Okay, so we're going down the line. How about Councilmember Lamb?
They said there's already a task. God, I'm losing my voice.
Councilmember Lamb.
I'm okay with it. I'm fine with Councilmember Chua's suggestions.
Okay, so that's a ditto. For me, I also with the expansion of Milpitas Youth Force, it's 40,000. ring doorbell initiative, 60,000. Care Solace, 80,000. Choir and band support, 3,500. Not Milpitas Smart, and then also allocating 370 for the consultant to do a
Design.
the design for the community roof center, and then also to add the Milpitas Police Community Center that added 200,000. So I'm good with those. And who else is
Madam Mayor?
next? We have Councilmember Barbadillo.
All right, I think during the time of math, and Christian already knew this is a bench near the toilet in Murphy Park. Murphy Park?
Good thing I'm here.
Yes.
I'm here to talk about the bench
I tried
at
to-
Murphy Park.
I think Matt.
We have a spare we can use for that purpose.
Okay.
Yes. Can I, since I have your audience for a second, can I just briefly clarify the community center roof action? The action is to add funds so that we can complete design services for an in-kind roof replacement. You'll see the estimate at 4.6 million, or if we do the add alternates, the total is 6 million, it's 6.2 million. We, I've talked to staff a lot about this. We will not execute or move forward on this item, even though you may appropriate additional monies towards this project until we come back in August. Staff and I have a thorough presentation. We want you to be mindful of the pros and cons of moving forward with an in-kind roof replacement with potentially a new facility of the same footprint, it's about 19,000 square feet, or potentially bonding for a brand new facility that is future looking, that is twice the size at an estimated cost of about $58 million. But we would like to have a thorough dialogue around that before and get your input and advice before we move forward with doing just an in-kind roof replacement.
See, now you're talking. It would be better for us to just do a little patch up on the roof and go out for some kind of a bond, or I think the community would really go for that, because we really need to, we've outgrown it. It's too, the stage is too small. And I really feel that we really need a new community center. We have Councilmember, oh wait, do you want to say something else, Kristen?
Councilmember Chua, please.
With my last briefing, and I brought up, because I know 4-point-something million we don't have. And I ask, when you come back in August or September, please come back with my suggestion on looking at other CIP projects that we can hold off for 2 years maybe, and use that funds to address the community center room as one of the alternatives. Might not be the best one, but it's one of them.
Yeah, but the problem is, it's just gonna patch.
Well, we can discuss that when director comes.
We can, in the meantime, while we prepare for an August presentation, staff and I can put together a plan. I'm not exactly sure where we could cobble together $6 million on other deferred projects. It's a lot. But, we can do some due diligence and present to you some numbers around that front. Now, with particular attention to doing a modest patching, as you will, until we bond or construct a new facility, you should know, and I will be clear about this, that is not feasible for that facility. Whatever we decide to do, we're looking to spend a few $1 million. Even if we wanted a brand new facility, that is 2 to 3 years in the future, possibly 4 years in the future. The state of that facility right now behooves us to spend and compels us to spend some modicum of money. It may not be $6 million for a roof replacement, but it could be $2 million, $2.5 million that we will have to identify through either defer maintenance, The facility sinking fund has 3.2 million left in it. We could, entertain that as well, even though some of that money is being entertained for the new HVAC system, the new chillers at the top of this facility. So, but we can come back with you and have a more informed decision, which is what I wanted to say this evening. Okay?
In August, right?
Yes.
Right, there's one more question, please. Yeah.
Another bench?
Why not?
Is there your mic open?
I remember last June 2nd, some kids who love soccer came and suggested or that the Delano Park is good park. I met them again on Saturday. Is there something that we can do with that? With this budget?
Is it
It's
a bathroom?
Yeah, to make it a turf soccer.
Renovate it?
It's the Delano Park. The Delano Park grass.
Oh, that we already have. It's already in the books. They're going to put artificial turf.
Oh, they're gonna put.
Yes, Vice Mayor, as part of the CIP adoption, Council appropriated $300,000 for a design for that park, conversion of natural turf to artificial. We will begin that not too distant future, and then we'll come back with an award in about a year later. So in the meantime, staff will continue to monitor the facility and to do whatever incremental, modest, TLC we can provide to that turf until that time. Okay, so that our plan is to convert that.
All right, I think I'll stick with the bench.
Stick with the bench.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you, Christian.
Okay, did everybody have a chance? We have Councilmember Lamb.
Yes. I have a suggestion or proposal for vacant positions. For management level positions, whenever an employee resigns or retire, I'd like to propose that the vacancy should be reviewed and evaluate by City Council along with City Manager and staff to determine whether the position need to be filled immediately or if it can be deferred to a later date. This review process would help ensure that staffing decision align with City Council operational needs and organizational priorities and fiscal responsibility while promoting the efficiency and responsible use of public resources.
Is there any feedback from staff on that?
I do have feedback, but I believe I'm going to defer to the city manager. But I will make a statement that we already have a strategic recruiting process in place where we do thorough vetting of positions as they become vacant and when they become vacant. And those positions are held until the city manager, and forgive me, I'm providing you the process that we currently do. And so I'll let you, I'll defer to the city manager for the rest of that. But we already have a very robust strategic hiring process in place.
My comment is to get the City Council involved for management level positions.
Did you have a comment to say?
Mayor and Council, and thank you for that, Councilmember. I do get a little bit concerned, being that, as the finance director stated, we already have a process, but I would say you're from an administrative interference angle to be cautious, and I think I'll just stop right there.
Yeah.
City Manager, isn't it true that?
Are you done, Councilmember Lamb?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Councilmember Leanne. Let me take you
Thank you. City Manager, isn't it true that the policy is clear that council make the, or come up with the policy, but the implementation, to execute that is on the city manager, especially these positions are management positions. I think it is in your capacity and under your role as a city manager to do that. I don't like the idea of micromanagement. We have nothing to do with hiring, and I really don't want to be a part of that.
Nothing to do with the hiring.
Did you want to speak?
Still, that is not our role. Our role is not to do an everyday kind of job. We have nothing to do with hiring or evaluating who we should hire. We have no saying in this.
So I'm going to interject here, and I'm going to what the city manager, that is his role, and they've already made an assessment. So I'm going to lean with the city manager, because I think that they're already doing that. They're already looking into that, and we don't want to really get into the nitty gritty, you know. Just so we'll leave it like that. Councilmember Lynn, do you have any more to say? That's it? Okay. Okay, and Councilmember Lamb, did you have any more to say?
No, I'm fine.
Mayor.
Okay, and we have Vice Mayor.
All right, let me be careful. Another group might send me a letter again. Okay, I think I know where Councilmember Lam is coming. And this is my statement last time, and I think it was just misunderstood. See, I'm kind. So I think what she's trying to do is to make it policy-based and not an interference of, the wall in between staff and city manager. If I understood it right, it's based on a policy consideration, which rightfully and legally we can do, if I may ask the city attorney.
The attorney.
So the division really is between the hiring and the filling and the directing versus the creation of the positions. So you do have the ability to ask the city manager to go ahead and bring to the council vacant positions for review as to whether they should be removed from the table. I would recommend, and I do want to let the city manager speak for himself, but I would recommend a little bit of caution when it comes to actions on an existing position that becomes vacant, that you may be effectively preventing the hiring process while the review is ongoing. So you might want to build into that a little bit of discretion, particularly for vital positions that might need to be filled right away. There's a few ways that you could tackle this. Usually, position allocation issue is something that would be done on a more comprehensive scale. It wouldn't just be those positions that are vacant or becoming vacant. It would be what are the positions that we can lose, and how do we get in the process of losing them. You don't have to go that way, but I do recommend however you go about it, you're just careful about the impacts on the operational side, because if the city manager is not able to hire while you're going through that review process, there may be things that have real interruptions on the city operations.
Right, so it's hiring versus policy determination whether or not we believe that that position being vacant or had become vacant or vacant per se is needed for the organization. And of course, that's with the guidance of the city manager. So that distinguishes, the interference of hiring, because Councilmember Lam will not ask CM Willie, I like this. So the conversation between Councilmember Lam and CM Willie will be, CM Willie, this position, there's 5 of them. Maybe it's, if you look at the organizational assessment, it's something that we can eliminate through policy. So those kinds of conversation, or we can add on to those positions.
Yeah, that's up to the city manager. We have Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that discussion is really at the time of the budget and the midterm budget to be appropriate. But mid-year and the regular budget.
We're talking about budget now.
I know, but what I'm saying is, it's I don't think I do agree with the city attorney and also city manager. This is really their responsibility. It's as a CEO, the CM, the city manager has that responsibility and accountability to recommend to city council for funding a position or defunding a position. And that's, I think, is appropriately done during the budget process and the midterm budget. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So has everybody had a chance to speak? So I guess I want to, everybody already, did you guys already have the staff? Did you already get the prioritization?
We did. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So I can read back what everyone has agreed to prioritize. And then we can include that, I guess, as part of the motion to finally approve the budget.
Right.
So let me scroll back here. Councilmember Chua was supportive of expansion of the Milpitas youth workforce or youth force, the Ring Doorbell Initiative, Care Solace, choir and band support, the community center roof for $370K, and the police community space for $200K. And Councilmember Leanne had also said that she wanted $120K for the Milpitas Food Pantry. I don't know if you want to pull that back because we haven't gotten to that point yet. Okay, and then you agreed with Councilmember Chua on the rest of her allocations. Not for Care Solace, except Care Solace. Thank you. Except Solace. And then Councilmember Lamb agreed with Councilmember Chua's allocations. I'm sorry, Councilmember Lamb, you don't have your microphone on?
Yeah, the only thing I don't agree is we don't agree the funding for the pantry until we further discuss that.
We are not asking for funding.
Yeah. Next.
Okay, and then next, the mayor supported the expansion of the youth force, the Ring Doorbell, Care Solace, choir band support, the community center roof for $370, and adding $200,000 to the Milpitas Police Community Center. And then we didn't go down the list with Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Who else?
I'm fine with the bench and all the council members' suggestion. I do agree. As I said, I support Milpitas Pantry, but I believe it deserves some discussion. Not that we don't want to give them, it's just that probably technicalities because of their status as an organization. And I want to hear, the legitimate issues raised by the mayor. I want to hear Councilmember Celine position and further information on that. Then we decide at that time.
Okay, so then consensus we received was on the Milpitas Youth Force, Ring Doorbell, Care Solace, choir and band support, the community center roof, the police community space, I believe.
The bench, right.
The bench. The bench, I think that's everything.
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, so all the items, there was one that did the food pantry. Giving
food
them more
pantry
money
was-
is not the issue. It's the hours of operation. That's the issue. So I don't think we have a majority on that.
No, we do not have a majority on the food pantry.
All right. Yeah, when you get, and I want staff to to investigate that, to research that. Okay? All right. Second. Call for the vote.
I just want to confirm that this is for the staff recommendation as well as those allocations. Thank you. So Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, so we have okay, so we already voted for that. So the next one is conduct the public hearings, though, city manager, item 11. What'd she say?
The lights. Turn off a little.
We haven't approved us.
What?
We,
We haven't approved 10.
we missed the staff recommendation piece with that, sorry.
We got it.
Okay, so there's confusion here.
City attorney, what's up?
So the city clerk did ask for clarification that the motion was including the staff recommendation, meaning adoption of the remainder of the budget with Member Chua's modifications and the approval list. I understood that to be the motion and what was voted on at this time.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I thank you. You wouldn't have to put the paddles to me. Thank you so much. Yep, I want to congratulate you as
Thank
well.
you, staff, for all the hard work.
Okay.
being
and-
patient.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so now moving on to the item 11.
Madam Mayor and Council, item 11 is conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. And the staff contact is the Public Works Director.
All right, hello and good evening. My name is Ariel Morales. I'm the Public Works Division Manager for Utilities Engineering, and tonight I'm presenting item number 11 to adopt a resolution adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. Next slide, please.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Tonight's agenda, we're going to look at an overview of the Urban Water Management Planning Act. We're going to look at the 2025 updates to the Urban Water Management Plan Guidebook. I'm going to provide a summary of the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan itself. We'll review the city's water portfolio. We'll review the city's current and future water demands. I'm going to discuss our next steps and provide our staff recommendation. Next slide, please. So the Urban Water Management Planning Act was came into being in 1983. The California legislature enacted the Urban Water Management Planning Act through Assembly Bill 797. The California Water Code sections 10608 and 10610 through 10656 requires that urban water supplier adopt an urban water management plan every 5 years. Demonstrating water supply, reliability in normal, single dry, and multiple dry years. Every urban water supplier that either provides over 3,000 acre-feet of water annually or serves more than 3,000 urban connections is required to submit an urban water management plan. The city of Milpitas serves more than 3,000 urban connections and therefore is required to prepare an urban water management plan. The City Council adopted the current 2020 Urban Water Management Plan on June 15th, 2021, and the 2025 plan must be submitted to the Department of Water Resources by July 1st of this year. Next slide, please. So the Urban Water Management Plan Guidebook is provided by the Department of Water Resources. It gives guidance to suppliers when preparing the Urban Water Management Plan. The 2025 guidebook has been expanded since the previous guidebook in 2020 to better address groundwater overdraft, regulatory revisions, and changing climatic conditions. A summary of those changes are as follows. First, suppliers with multiple water systems, criteria has been added to determine when a supplier with multiple water systems must submit an urban management plan. The DWR submittal tables, these were updated to be more accurate and clear, identifying between required and optional data. The water loss standard reporting requirements were added for meeting the 2028 water loss standard, which is no more than 34.9 gallons per connection per day. The direct potable reuse. The State Water Board has adopted regulations for the use of direct potable reuse. So the guidebook was revised, the supply and demand tables to support clear direct potable reuse reporting. Lower income housing demands, guidance for optional reporting of the method used to project water use for low income housing, incorporating regional housing needs allocation into projected land use and water demands. And lastly, reporting groundwater recharge and water storage. New clarification was provided to prevent short-term storage from being double counted. Next slide, please. So the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan now serves as a guide for local water conservation, planning, and implementation purposes. It informs our customers, the community, and the state of the city's water management practices, long-term supply reliability strategies, and drought response measures. Adoption of this plan will allow the city to be eligible for state grant funding opportunities and to receive drought assistance from the state. In addition, the plan also addresses emergency supply interruptions and complements other local planning documents. To name a few, our general plan, water master plan, our water shortage contingency plan, and other regional resource plans. It's an important management and planning tool that helps us connect local and regional land use planning, regional water supply planning, infrastructure and demand management, and broader statewide initiatives and regulatory revisions. It provides management actions related to water storage and necessary infrastructure improvements and emergency connections with our neighboring suppliers. It also provides trends in water supply consistency related to climate change and regulatory conditions. So with that said, what does our system look like and how much water do we use now into the future as our population grows? Next slide, please. So first, let's take a look at our water system, starting with our physical components. The city's water system is shown to the right, and it's comprised of pipes, valves, pump stations, reservoirs, turnouts from our suppliers, being SFPUC and Valley Water, emergency interties between the city of San Jose and Alameda County. We have one emergency groundwater well, and we have a recycled water network that's owned by the city of San Jose and operated by South Bay Water Recycling. So where do we get our water? Next slide, please. The city's water portfolio is made up of wholesale water from SFPUC, Valley Water, and recycled water. 60% of our water is purchased from San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, 30% is purchased from Valley Water, and 10% is recycled water from South Bay Water Recycling. As a note, the city does not currently rely on groundwater. However, we do have an emergency backup well. It's the Pinewood well. And we do have the new McCandless well, which is under construction and expected to be active within the next year. And the Curtis well, which is still in design. These new wells are intended to augment potable supply. Next slide, please. This map is just showing what the SFPU system looks like from the reservoirs up in the Sierras, the main one being Hetch Hetchy, and the pipelines through the Central Valley into Santa Clara County and up the peninsula. So this is SFPUC, and this is where we get most of our water. Next slide, please. This is the Valley Water System. The main reservoir here is the San Luis Reservoir, and you can see the pipelines coming throughout Santa Clara County up the peninsula into Palo Alto, Mountain View, and Milpitas. Next slide, please. And lastly, we have the South Bay recycled water system. It's shown to the map. It's shown on the right of the map here. The map on the right. Our recycled water is used for irrigation and some industrial applications. We have about 252 recycled water accounts. And the industrial applications are cooling towers and then at our odor control facility at our main sewer lift station. Next slide, please. So now we know where our water comes from. How do we use the water we purchase? In 2025, with our population at 81,773, we had 16,760 water service connections, which comprises 887 million gallons per day. 8.12 of those million gallons per day is potable water. 5.28, approximately 60% is coming from SFPUC. The 30% from Valley Water at 2.84 million gallons per day, and then 0.75 million gallons of non-potable use via recycled water. Next slide, please. So what do our future water demands look like through 2025? Our population is expected to grow from the 81,000 to 137 by 2025, and demand is expected to increase to 9.9 million gallons per day. The city's population this growth is based on a 2.7% annual growth rate, which was established by the 2025 Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency Regional Water Demand and Conservation Projections Report. So, coming back to the Urban Water Management Plan, with all of this taken into account, our 2025 Urban Water Management Plan demonstrates that the city can maintain a reliable long-term water supply portfolio under normal conditions. However, successive dry years will trigger wholesale rationing. Rising temperatures will lead to increased drought frequency severity, which will reduce imported water reliability and spike outdoor irrigation demands.
The pines,
However,
yes.
continued investments in conservation, recycled water use, groundwater development, and regional coordination will help reduce dependence on imported supplies and strengthen our long-term reliability. So some mitigation strategies include transitioning our emergency groundwater well into active status, installing new wells, such as McCandless and Curtis, and expanding water efficiency and mandatory reduction programs. Next slide, please. So our timeline up to date has been, as shown here. In April, we presented the draft management plan to the Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission. The document was made available to the public via the city's website on May 22nd. And we've provided noticing in the Milpitas Post in the 2 weeks preceding this meeting tonight. And once adopted, we will submit to the state by July 1st. Next slide, please. So our recommendation this evening is to adopt the resolution adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. Adoption is recommended, as missing the July 1st deadline makes the city legally non-compliant and ineligible for state and Department of Water Resources grants, loans, and drought assistance. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. So do we have, well, I'm going to open up for the public hearing. Any questions from the public on this item?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Anybody from the floor? Okay, I'm closing the public hearing, and I will move to council discussion on this item. Any dialogue on this? We have Councilmember Chua.
Since staff did a great job briefing, I think me and all the council members, I would like to move to adopt.
I have a question.
Okay, but I'll make my motion. Adopt a resolution adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan.
Okay,
One second.
so I have a question on that. I have a question. So can you go to slide was it? It was the one where it has the pipelines, the Hetchy pipelines.
It should be slide 8.
I think it was, if you can put it on. So my question is, actually, I'm surprised because I thought that the area where I lived we had Hetchy water, but it's not, so we got, and that's, now I know why it's not sweet. So, I think there's another one with the city has the, yeah, not this one here.
Mayor
I
Montano.
should have wrote it down the slide.
Mayor
This,
Montano.
there's another one, I think it's 8.
You live in the Pines, correct?
I think it's slide 8. No, that's not it. Well, I guess go 7. So we have, I've seen, so you're saying that Hetchy water is all the blue and Valley water is all yellow. But I always see Hetchy pipelines on, right near Elmwood, which is near the Pines. Why is that?
So the Pines is served by the Hetchy system.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What?
The Pines area is served by the Hetchy system. That's that neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
That, and where you see that blue, where you see kind of those 2 stars, that is approximately where the Pines is, or that neighborhood is.
Yeah.
So that area where you see the Hetchy that come in, by Elmwood, that is, the Hetchy does serve that area.
Okay, so
Very secluded in between the Valley waters.
okay, so the borderline is not Calaveras. It's really more where Elmwood is.
Well, yes, but you have a pocket there. That's Great Mall Parkway. That there's just a little localized area that Hetchy serves.
Okay, so the Pines is Valley Water.
That is correct.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm sorry, Hetchy. Sorry.
Hetchy.
Hetchy.
I was, okay, the Pines is Hetchy.
The
Oh,
Pines
that's good
is
to know.
Hetchy, correct.
Okay,
Correct.
okay, so that's why it's not
So
hard water. It's not hard water, it's
Va-
soft water.
Valley water mostly
Is hard.
is specified, it's kind of allocated for the industrial commercial areas.
Okay.
So that's how they split it up.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad, and I know that the residents are happy that they have Hetchy, because that's really good, clean, safe, clean, as Bosco says, safe, clean water. So, anyway, Bosco is Bay Area Water Services Conservation Corps. So, and I serve on that board, so. Let me see what else. Oh, yeah, one more. The water meters. Do school districts, does our school district, schools, and parks have water meters? They're required to have water meters as well
Yes, they
in
do.
their facilities?
Yes,
Okay.
all facilities, all properties have water meters.
And
even
who's in
public
charge of
facilities.
them, us or the school district?
We are responsible up to the meter. Thereafter, the private owner, in this case, the school district.
School
would be-
district.
Be responsible for that.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, because I've been to some school districts and sometimes the toilet just keeps running and running. The wall, the water is, was just wondering if somebody monitors that, but, okay, that's it. That's all for my question. So we had a motion by Councilmember Chua and a second by myself. I will second it. And so now let's, we already did public hearing. There was no public hearing. And so now I'm asking for a vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lien.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, item 12, city manager.
Madam Mayor and Council, item number 12 is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution adopting the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan and introduce ordinance number 240.8, amending the section of Chapter 6 of the Title 8 of Milpitas Municipal Code relating to water shortage contingency plan and permanent water waste restrictions, including a ban on watering of non-functional turf. And the staff point of contact is again the Public Works Director.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Vice Mayor. I'm Elaine Marshall, Deputy Public Works Director, and I'll be going over the presentation related to the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. So this plan goes hand in hand with the Urban Water Management Plan in that the state does require that this plan also is updated every 5 years when the city does the update to the Urban Water Management Plan. Next slide, please. This water shortage contingency plan really is more of a point in time look at the water demands from our community, along with what our wholesale suppliers are able to provide to us in terms of water supply. The procedure includes an annual water supply and demand assessment. The water shortage contingency plan also defines different water shortage levels and corresponding conservation measures and water prohibitions in response to any water shortages. The plan also includes the city's communication plans during a water shortage and drought declaration. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, annually, the state does require the city to conduct an annual water supply assessment. Both SFPUC and Valley Water conduct their own assessment and then inform their customers of how much water they are able to provide and whether or not there are any reductions in available water supply. If there is a shortage anticipated, then the city goes into implementing the water shortage contingency plan. So every year around May or June, the city staff and I conduct the annual assessment. If there is no shortage, there's no further action needed. But if there is a shortage identified, we would then bring that information to council with a recommendation on and information on the shortage level we anticipate and what our response action should be as outlined in the water shortage contingency plan. Council would then declare a state of drought emergency and implement the water shortage contingency plan along with communications, compliance, and enforcement actions. Next slide, please. The water shortage contingency plan follows 6 standard water shortage levels. You can see everything from zero shortage, which is normal conditions, through the 6th shortage level, which is a pretty severe drought, more than 50% reduction in our available water supply. Water shortage actions include water use restrictions, reductions in irrigation and watering schedule that's allowed, as well as additional actions as you go further into a higher shortage level. The zero shortage level is really kind of the permanent water use restrictions that are in place. The city has adopted permanent water conservation measures as a way of life here in Milpitas. One of the new actions that we will be adding to this level 0 plan is the prohibition of watering of non-functional turf with potable water at commercial, industrial, and institutional properties. And I'll talk more about that in the next slide. We're also updating the water shortage contingency plan to incorporate and align with the update to the urban water management plan that you just approved. Next slide, please. So the biggest change is instituting the non-functional turf watering ban. This was originally a statewide ban during the last drought. and through AB 1572 was made permanent even during non-drought times. This applies to non-functional turf, which is defined as decorative grass that does not serve a recreational or community purpose. It applies to those types of turf areas at government and public agencies, commercial, industrial, and institutional properties and HOAs on a rolling implementation schedule, which I'll go over in the next slide. It does not apply to parks or single-family lawns or turf areas that are watered by recycled water. So those areas will continue to be watered by recycled water and allowed, and single-family residences can continue to keep their lawns. AB 1572 requires that a local ordinance be adopted by January 1, 2027, which is why we are bringing this to you along with the update to the water shortage contingency plan. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there is a phased rollout starting in January 2027. It starts with our own facilities, as well as state and public agencies, including public schools and universities. A year later, the prohibition will apply to industrial, commercial, and institutional properties, including private schools and universities. Starting in January 1 of 2029, the implementation then applies to homeowners associations and common interest developments. In 2031, any public agencies, local governments, or water systems in disadvantaged communities are covered. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, while staff will be educating and bringing information out to the affected properties in accordance with the rollout schedule, we continue to also encourage the efficient use of water as a way of life. And so we have and continue to offer a Water Smart customer portal where customers can log in and actually see their near real-time water use. They can also sign up for leak alerts so that if the smart meters sense that there is some sort of continual flow through the meter, they can send an alert to the homeowner or the property manager, letting them know that there might be a leak on their property. The actual portal also walks them through how to look for the leak. The city also partners with Valley Water, and we continue to offer add-on rebates for converting lawns to water-efficient, drought-tolerant gardens, as well as lots of other education and opportunities to change out inefficient fixtures with more water-efficient fixtures. And then also, we continue to respond to reports of water waste and continue to educate our residents and our community about the importance of conserving water. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you tonight is to conduct the public hearing on the water shortage contingency plan and introduce ordinance 240.8, amending Chapter 6 of Title 8 of the Municipal Code. I did want to point out that in the gender report, we did have a typo. The water use restrictions align with Water Code Section 10608.14. There was a typo when we dropped the 1 at the beginning of that Water Code citation. And then the second recommendation is to adopt the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. And I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Elaine. Thank you for that presentation. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments on this item?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Anybody from the floor? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on this item and go to my council. I do have a couple of questions, just so you know. So any council members, we have Councilmember Han Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. In addition to that 10608.14, 10632 also got the leading one missing too.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You might as well just correct that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have any more comments? I have a couple of comments. If you can go to slide 5. Okay, on bullet number 2, HOAs, when does that come into play? I think that's on page 7, I think,
Yes, HOAs would be January 1, 2029.
2029. Okay, and then page 8. Page 8. Is that the one? Yep, no, page 8. Oh, the water waste reporting. Is there like a hotline, a number that?
There is a hotline. You can report water waste to our 2600 number, and then I apologize, there is a hotline number, and I don't remember it off the top of my head.
And how do we let the people know, the residents know, or anybody?
It's on our website, and then during times of drought and heightened enforcement, we do social media as well as communications, regular communications about reporting water waste.
Can you put it on your on the utility bill? Because a lot of people they don't look at the website.
Yep, we can do that.
That way they can, because sometimes I even see, water flowing out in the street, but I don't know who to call, so.
Yeah, and that definitely also through My Milpitas, you can report water waste.
Oh, okay, good. And going back to the HOAs, so what are we doing to let the HOAs know that this is coming? And, because I think there's 12 HOAs. No, I think there's more now because of all the new development. How do we let them know?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mayor. Actually, there is a association of homeowners associations that Valley Water is actually leading some presentations to. Our staff will be participating. We'll also be sending out direct mail information and getting the word out. But I think a lot of people are starting to hear about it. You've even seen right here, Town Center has already started converting turf to different types of landscape areas.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I think they need to be prepared. Not all of a sudden they have to, do it. But they need to know ahead of time, and that way they could start converting their lawns into drought-tolerant landscaping.
Yep,
So-
and I think our Calaveras Median project is also a good example of how the city's leading
So
by
is-
example as well.
Is it only the Valley Water that's doing that? Shouldn't the city be doing that with our city?
Oh, no, it's city staff are working with Valley Water,
okay.
and we'll be doing a lot of
Okay, great.
outreach and education as well.
Okay, great. Well, that's a good partnership. That's great. Okay, so I'm done with my questions. So now I'm moving on to Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. How many locations we need to convert turf into non-grass?
You mean city properties?
City property, sorry, yeah.
You know what? That's a great question, Councilmember Lamb. I don't have the number off the top of my head. We have an inventory of it, and we'll be working with our operations team on complying. So first we'll stop watering, and then we'll look at opportunities to convert it either to mulch or something else.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay. Oh, I have another idea. So whenever we are in a drought, if we can have that number displayed on our.
Oh, on all the digital signs?
Yeah,
of course,
that way
yes.
people will know what number to call, so.
Okay, thank you.
So that's it with that. I need a motion and a second.
Mayor, this item included an ordinance to be introduced by title only. Would you like me to read the title at this time?
Okay, please.
So the ordinance before you is titled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending Chapter 6 of Title 8 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to the water shortage contingency plan and permanent water waste restrictions, including a ban on watering of non-functional turf."
Okay, so now I need a motion and a second.
And if I may, before we do that,
Okay, go ahead.
the motion also needs to include move to waive beyond the reading beyond the title.
Okay, everybody got that? Okay, who wants to do the motion and the second? We have Vice Mayor going to do the motion.
So move.
There a second? And we have Councilmember Lin, who made the second, and so now we will call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lien.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, now we're moving on to item 13, City Manager.
Madam Mayor and Council, item 13, introduce ordinance 232.2 regarding backflow prevention and cross-connection control. Again, staff contact is Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Michael Severa, the City Engineer. So I'll be providing the presentation of item 13, which is to introduce ordinance number 232.2 regarding the backflow prevention cross-connection control. Next slide, please. Actually, the agenda, I'll describe what is a backflow prevention and cross-connection, talk about the evolution of the regulatory framework, summarize the current and amendments of the city ordinance, discuss the impact to the community, accomplishments of the program to date, and the next steps, and conclude with the recommendation to City Council. Next slide, please. What is a backflow prevention and cross-connection? A cross-connection is any actual or potential connection between the safe drinking water system and a non-potable source that could contaminate the public water system. A backflow prevention is the practice of preventing the undesirable flow of water or pollutants through a water service connection into the public water system from the customer's premise. A backflow prevention assembly is a mechanical device to prevent the undesirable flow of water or pollutants from contaminating the public water system. The image at the bottom left shows a typical water service with a backflow device configuration. The blue line represents the city water main, the public water system. The red line represents the water service connected to the water meter, and the purple squares represents the backflow assembly, which is placed on private property as close to the city right-of-way, which is represented as the green line. The two pictures at the bottom right is an example of a backflow device you typically see. It is above ground to be readily accessible for repairs, testing, and inspection. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about the regulatory framework. In 1987, the state adopted Title 17, Chapter 5, Sections 7583 to 7622 of the California Code of Regulations, entitled Regulations Relating to Cross Connection, which requires the public water purveyors to protect the water system from contamination and pollution by implementing a cross-connection control program. The following year, the City Council adopted Title 8, Chapter 3, Backflow Prevention and Cross-Connection Control of the Milpitas Municipal Code to institute controls for the installation, testing, and repairs of backflow assemblies that complies with the state's Title 17. As the decades-old regulations became insufficient for modern industrial, commercial, and residential demands, the state legislature mandated more stringent, structured, and uniformed statewide standards for cross-connection control and backflow prevention. Assembly Bill 1671 and 1180 was signed into law in 2017, 2019 respectively. They mandated the state board to update regulations and add protections related to recycled water use. Together, these bills led to the state board to develop and adopt the cross-connection control policy handbook in 2023 and took effect in 2024, superseding Title 17 regulations. Last year, staff received approval of the city's cross-connection control plan by the state. The plan established a framework for the cities to administer the program to ensure protection of the city's water system. In summary, it defines procedures to identify hazards, standardized installation, testing and maintenance of the devices, ensure regulatory compliance, provides a response plan for emergency, and outlines public outreach. And today we are here to introduce amendments to the city ordinance according to the state's adopted policy handbook. Next slide, please. The current city ordinance. As mentioned in the previous slide, the City Council adopted an ordinance regarding this topic in 1988. The ordinance gives the authority to the city engineer to protect the public water system from contamination and pollutants by implementation and enforcement of the backflow prevention and cross-connection control program. The city engineer shall evaluate the degree of hazard of a customer premise and determine the level of backflow prevention needed to protect the city's system. It also institutes controls for the installation, testing, repairs of assemblies. Backflow prevention assemblies are required for commercial and industrial properties, hillside residents where PVC piping is not used, non-residential irrigation systems, auxiliary water supplies, and fire services. Customers are responsible for submitting annual passing tests to ensure devices are performing adequately, and they are also responsible for any repairs or replacements. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the amendments is to update the city ordinance according to the state's mandate in the adopted policy handbook. It continues to give the authority to the city engineer to protect our system, and now it introduces the protection for the South Bay recycled water system. Customers are still responsible for submitting annual passing tests, but now testers or specialists must be on the city's approved list. Customers and testers are now required to notify the city of a failed test or a backflow or cross-connection incident. Customers are still responsible for repairs, replacement, and now they must submit a passing result after completion of work. City engineers should update the city's cross-connection control plan to conform to the most current policy handbook. Only assemblies specified on the city standard details and specifications are allowed. Next slide, please. All customers with existing devices are required to submit a hazardous assessment to the city by June 30th of 2027 to ensure that their device is appropriate for the use of their premise. Any new water connection with the device must also submit an assessment prior to occupancy. Existing premises that have a device not meeting new standards may continue to remain in operation as long as they receive a passing result and the city engineer determines it protects our system. Existing premises with a high degree of hazard without protection will be required to install a device. Now the new policy handbook requires recycle services, single-family residents with fire sprinkler systems, fire services where a single check assembly will need to install a backflow preventer no later than June 1st of 2034. An example of a below-grade single check assembly is shown in the image to the bottom left. These devices are not testable and insufficient for protecting our system. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about the community impact of these new ordinances. We estimate that the state unfunded mandate will impact approximately 2,900 water and recycle services in various ways. Currently, there are approximately 2,300 services with devices that are being tested annually. Staff has conducted a preliminary assessment of these services that may need a device and found an unverified inventory of 336 fire services with single check assemblies, approximately 255 recycled water services, and 850 single-family residents that are equipped with fire sprinkler systems. Staff is anticipating 600 of the 1,400 existing services will probably require a device. Upon verification, staff will analyze the site conditions and reach out to the customers to discuss the mandate and possible solutions. Customers with an existing device will need to submit a hazardous assessment by June 30th, 2027 by a specialist in order for staff to verify the device is adequate. To date, the city has received approximately 70% of the assessments. As Assembly Bills 1671 and 1180 do not reimburse local agencies to assist with the cost of the mandate, staff, if directed, can evaluate and make future recommendations to the city council to help offset customers' expenses. An example would be late payment penalties associated with utility bills may be available for this situation. In addition, at this time, there are no related grants for this program. The staff will continue to be on the lookout for funding opportunities that may arise. Next slide, please. Here's a table that shows the minimum type of device required under the current ordinance according to Title 17 versus the amendments according to the new state policy handbook. A DC is a double-checked backflow prevention assembly used for low to moderate degree of hazard, typically installed for premises with minimal contaminants. An RP is reduced pressure backflow prevention assembly used for moderate to high degree of hazard. This type of device provides the highest level of protection against contaminants. Single-family, non-hillside customers without fire protection are exempt from the new state requirements, which equates to over 13,000 services. Next slide, please. So we have accomplished a few things since the new policy handbook has came out. The city has retained a cross-connection specialist to administer the city's program in 2024. The state approved the city's program prior to the deadline of July 1st of 2025. State staff has developed a website to provide information to customers and the public. Staff has notified all customers with known devices of the hazard assessment requirements. And tonight, staff is introducing amendments to the city ordinance to the city council based on the state's policy handbook. Next steps. Adoption of the amendment to the city ordinance is scheduled for August. We will continue to engage customers that have not submitted hazard assessments of their properties. Staff will conduct a deep assessment of the existing fire services with single check, recycled water, and single-family homes with fire sprinklers to determine if the customer needs to install a device. This is anticipated to be completed in between 27 and 28. After the assessment is completed, staff will engage with the customer to discuss the mandate if it isn't determined that the water connection needs an assembly. If directed, staff can evaluate and make future recommendations to City Council to help offset customers' expenses. Next slide, please. So our recommendation tonight is, following the reading of the title by the City Attorney, move to waive the reading beyond the title and introduce ordinance number 232.2, amending various sections of Chapter 3, Backflow Prevention and Cross-Connection Control of Title 8 of the Milpitas Municipal Code. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So great presentation. Thank you for that. And I'm going to open up the public hearing.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, is there anyone on the floor that wants to make a public discussion comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and moving on to council discussion. I have a couple of questions. Councilmember Lamb, do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
I assume the current pipeline has backflow control.
The current pipeline?
Yeah, the water pipelines.
The city mains in the streets?
Yes.
They do not have backflows.
Oh, they don't have
So the backflows only gets installed after the water meter on the customer's side on their property. So the city's system is treated water. So that is what we know to be a good system. Now, what we're trying to prevent with the backflow prevention is that we can't control what's on the customer's side. So by putting a backflow preventer, that puts a control. Any pollutants from their property prevents them from entering into the city's water system.
Okay.
Can you go to slide 3? So that depiction on the bottom right provides you with where you see the blue line, the city water system, that is the street side. And from there, the red line is that those are the services that go to the private property, which is typically placed in the sidewalk. And then from there is the property line, and then you place your backflow after that property line, which we call the city right of way.
I see.
So if anything beyond that purple box or the backflow, because we can't control that, is on the customer side, that device protects our water system from any pollutants or contamination.
Okay. And city maintains the backflow devices.
The customer does.
The customer does.
Yes. That's why they're required to do an annual testing to see if they are performing correctly and adequately.
But the city go out and do annual checkup or annual inspection.
No, the customer is required to hire a specialist or a tester on the city's approved list, and the customer has to submit that annually to the city. And we have a time frame. Like right now, we're in the middle of the testing season, or the testing inspection season.
I see.
So once we get those results, we kind of put it in our inventory, then report our inventory to the state, because we have to be 100% passing test every year.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So what happens if we don't pass 100%?
We go after those people to get a passing test.
They'll fine you. They'll fine us.
It's a very small portion. I would say of the 2,300, we start with about 150, by the end of the year, and we'll constantly reach out to them. And we'll be a bunch of pests until we get that passing test.
Okay.
And, it usually, goes into the first quarter of the year, and we'll get 100% by the end of the first quarter.
Yeah. Okay. So you mentioned that it's unfunded mandate. I mean, the state keeps putting all these mandates, but they're not funded. So that's a pattern.
That is a challenge for our customers. So,
yeah, it
and
is.
the good thing is, I think the state realized that and gave us until 2034 to really figure this out and kind of work with the customers, because there's going to be a cost to some of these larger services that need these backflow preventers. So I want to take a full inventory and work with the customer to see what possible solutions are there. Because honestly,
So the cross connection specialist, so he or she is going all around the city and looking to see which of these backflow cross connections are good and which ones are bad, and they make an inventory and they let you know.
no, we
Right.
already have the inventory of the 2,300. We send out notifications to the customers, and they are responsible to go get a certified specialist or tester to make that inspection for them.
And when you say customers, are you talking about the homeowners or?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
We call them customers.
Okay.
Yeah, homeowners, property owners,
Okay.
or I wouldn't say tenants. It would be the property owners in this case.
Yeah, it's just always, I like listening to all this because all these little details that the city does that the common person doesn't know, this is.
I don't get to showcase this work.
But it's really interesting. So with that, I'm, a council discussion, we have Councilmember Chua.
Reiterate that the sooner you notice them, the affected 1,400 or minus whatever, the better. Because when I had my briefing with your team, it's not $100 or few $100s. Sometimes it can go into thousands of dollars. And we don't want to hit the residents with this mandate, not from the city, but from the state. Make sure that they understand that the money is an issue, really. I'm concerned about them being hit with a few $1,000s. Like you mentioned, it can go up to 10,000, 20. Maybe if it could be in the 50,000, which is a lot of money.
I completely agree. I
Yes,
completely,
so
that's,
if we can give them a earlier notice that this is happening, maybe they can prepare better. And make sure to reiterate, it's not the city, it's the state mandate.
we'll put the assembly numbers like you asked for.
Yes, thank you. And the assembly members and the senators who did this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The ordinance in front of you is titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas amending Chapter 3 of Title 8 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to the backflow prevention and cross-connection control program.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm asking for a motion in a second. Is there a motion? We have Councilmember Lin making the motion. And then who's going to second it? I'll second. Okay, we'll have Vice Mayor second. So it was motioned by Councilmember Lin and seconded by Vice Mayor. And now let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo? Aye. Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Okay, now moving on to leadership and support services, City Manager, item 14.
Thank you.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I actually think item 14 is mine.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And if we get the presentation.
Okay, you're right. It's Attorney Curtis.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, before you today, you have an ordinance titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, repealing and replacing Milpitas Municipal Code, Title 1, Chapter 310, related to the Open Government Ordinance. And if we go to the next slide. And so just by way of background, the Milpitas Milpitas Open Government Ordinance was adopted in 2025 and has been amended a few times over the years. Most recently in 2022 to add section 3.5 related to lobbying, but there were 4 amendments prior to that. We go to the next slide. Before we get into the specifics of the ordinance, I wanted to talk a little bit briefly about my legislative philosophy. So this is the first time as your city attorney that I've brought forward an ordinance for you to consider, and I want you to understand a little bit of my approach in drafting and how we structured these things. So my number one goal in drafting any ordinance is to make sure that it is clear and easy to read. Because if it's not clear, we end up with a few issues. One is that you can waste a lot of staff time just trying to figure out what it is that's required of city staff or required of the public. It can also confuse members of the public as to how the city is supposed to be operating, what it is that they're supposed to do, and how it is that they interface with the city. And I find that this, what this really does inevitably is it leads to a certain amount of friction and conflict between the city and the public when we have some ambiguities or we have a lot of confusion related to our ordinances. To accomplish this, I like to do what I would refer to as future proofing, which is to try and draft the ordinance in a way that reduces the need to make changes in the future for things that aren't really substantive changes on the city side. So doing things like avoiding repetition of statutory requirements. If it's already in the statute, if we're repeating it in the ordinance, we create an issue if we have to go ahead and then change to comply with state statute every time the state goes ahead and amends. So if you remember that prior slide, you saw that there were 4 amendments to the Open Government Ordinance over the last 20 years. What you're not realizing is that there's also been a very large number of amendments to the Brown Act and the Public Records Act over this same period of time. In fact, I believe the last 5 or 6 years we've had at least one amendment per year. And any time that you have divergence between the two, you have potential conflicts that can then create issues. So what I like to do is structure it in a way that if it's not repeating a or that if it's just repeating a requirement in state law, we can leave that out and have a reference to the state law instead. And I'll just say as an aside, we can't always do that. There are situations like the building code where the state requires us to adopt an ordinance that matches the state requirement. But for the most part, if we can avoid that sort of practice, it cuts down on errors and it cuts down on administrative time. Additionally, try to leave out things like internal processes, procedures, or allocation of administrative tasks, things that might change, right? You know, as functions get shifted within the city, or as internal structures change, try to make it so we don't have to go back and modify the ordinance every time there's a change to that effect. If it's vesting a certain power or a certain function in a specific place, then typically we have to have it in the ordinance. If it's just telling someone in a particular department to do something, then usually we can do that by resolution, by some sort of administrative action. And then also try to reduce the dependence on other processes or entities that might restructure for reasons unrelated to the ordinance. So again, this relates to sort of a level of internal duplication. If we are assuming something else is going to be in place and that other thing changes, do we create this sort of domino effect where we have to make sure that we update a whole bunch of different ordinances? And then do we have a situation where we've missed one of those and then we have some sort of conflict that's popped up? And all of this, again, is to try and make efficient use of city resources and to make sure that the public can understand and that we cut down on the amount of errors and we have everything run as smoothly as possible. Now, if we could go to the next slide. So in this case, I'm bringing this proposal to you for a few reasons related to a need for an update of the ordinance. One of the biggest ones here is just there's been a very significant amount of changes in law and technology over the last 20 years. And while the Brown Act and the Public Records Act have made some changes to keep up with that, our local ordinance just hasn't kept the same pace. And in some cases, this has led to some tensions between state law and the local ordinance. In some cases, it's led to things that become ambiguous or unclear within the ordinance. Additionally, some of the questions have become legally questionable or not best practice. I'll get to that a little bit later, but there's one provision in particular that a parallel provision in a San Francisco ordinance was struck down some years back. And then one of the biggest one here is just really the way that this has evolved over time has created a lot of confusion and can lead to errors. I don't know that the public understands all the provisions of the ordinance as it is, and I don't know that the city staff has really understood all of the provisions as they are. And that tends to be a recipe for mistakes and legal errors that we don't want to have happen. And then finally, just want to make sure that the ordinance is actually lining up to our current structure and to what it is that this council wants. Anytime we have a law that's very old, there is always the possibility that the policy desires of the current council might be different than that of prior councils. We go to the next slide. So one of the examples that, and you'll strain your eyes trying to read this text, that's not the point of this slide, so please don't worry about that. But one of the examples that I really made clear to me the need not just to go through and make some selective edits, but to really try and, oh, thank you, really try and change this structure is the one that I have in front of you now. So in the left-hand column, you have Milpitas Municipal Code, section 1-310-2.10B4. And on the right-hand side, you have Government Code section 54952.2C, which is out of the Brown Act. Both of these sections deal with the same subject matter. Both of these are talking about situations in which a gathering of members of the city council, even when it's majority, might not be considered to be a meeting. It doesn't have to be noticed, doesn't have to be treated as a formal gathering of the city council conducting city business, in large part because the nature of these events are that you're not conducting city business and inherently not discussing them. We go to the next slide. The sections highlighted in yellow, I've spent a fair amount of time reviewing them, and I would say that they're functionally identical. The bottom ones on each side are actually word for word the same language. The ones at the top, you have two different paragraphs that are addressing the same topics, And having gone through these about 4 or 5 times, I can say if there was intended to be a difference between the local ordinance and state law, I have not found it. But if you are a member of staff or you're a member of the public and you're trying to understand what the local requirements are, the way that you have to do that is to sit down and carefully compare these words to be able to figure out whether there is a difference, and if so, what that was intended to be. We go to the next slide. The sections highlighted in red are material differences between the state law and the local ordinance. And what I really don't like about this structure, and one of the things that just from a legislative drafting philosophy I find very troubling, is that these are buried in sections that are otherwise substantively identical. It is very easy as the reader to get lulled into thinking that you already know what this says and to miss that there are subtle differences in the language down here that are intended to make significant differences between what is in the local ordinance versus what is in state law. And I find that this is a recipe for something getting forgotten, for something getting missed, and then for a lack of legal compliance on the city's part. Can we go to the next slide? So the ordinance in front of you is proposing some significant structural changes. And the way that this has been approached is to remove the terms, the primary one is to remove the language that duplicates state law. Those things that are identical to what's in the Brown Act, identical to what's in Public Records Act, simply take them out. And then to set forth those requirements that are specific to Milpitas separately in a way that's easy to read in connection with state law so that you can understand what it is that you need to do in Milpitas that is above and beyond the state requirement, and you don't have to spend an inordinate amount of time and effort to figure that out. The other part that I have done in here is I've removed terms that address internal processes or things that are duplicative of other city rules. Duplicative is important. So, and there'll be a few examples of those we'll get to in just a moment here. Excuse me. But one of the things that I've encountered in the past is that when you have the same rule mentioned in different places, sometimes the council goes and makes a change to one and didn't realize, because staff didn't find it, that there was another place that exact same requirement was found. And suddenly you now have a conflict between two different ordinances. You have a conflict between an ordinance and a resolution. You have a conflict between, it may even be, some sort of administrative regulation or other action that's been taken. And when that happens, again, we have issues of non-compliance. We also have issues of ambiguity, and the cleanup can be quite difficult to fix. Can we go to the next slide? So that covers sort of the philosophy and the structural changes, but inherent in that is also some level of substantive changes into the requirements of the ordinance. Some of these are things that were deleted, and I put these in more detail in the staff report. And just as an aside here, I really try, when we're making any modifications to something along the lines of an open government ordinance, I really try to be as detailed as I can in terms of what the natures of the changes are, and to try and be as transparent as possible so that everyone is able to see and understand what it is that the action is accomplishing. One of the dangers, I think, is that anytime you tackle an ordinance like this, people immediately think that there's something specific that you're trying to hide. And so I find that detailing it and being able to go through those is an important piece of the step and or an important piece of the process here overall. Excuse me. So this is taken from the list that's in your staff report. There are a few of these items that I did want to highlight, and I also want to say I've taken, in some of these cases, I've taken a guess that because things either haven't been recognized for a great deal of time or because certain structures have changed, that it's not something that the city council would want. If I am wrong, certainly the city council can give me direction. It's easy enough for me to write language to put some of these back in a way that complies with the new structure. But before I go doing that, for things that I'm assuming that the council may want to be taking out, I haven't put them in at this stage. So For example, there was a time limit on the council member announcements. Currently the ordinance says that during the announcement stage, all of you are not supposed to have more time than members of public had during public comment to give your announcements. I don't know that that really lines up with how we're using announcements currently, which includes discussion of items that might be on future agendas versus just individually discussing particular items that the council wants to bring to public attention. I also think that was probably enacted before AB 1234, which would require certain other things to be brought up, particularly travel reports, et cetera, and is often done through an announcements process.
So I do have a comment on that.
Okay.
So we used to have the announcements in the very beginning of the meeting, but there was a lot of turmoil and we didn't start our council meetings till like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. So we moved it. So actually I moved it to the end. It's been working out so much better. So,
Yeah.
And just to let you know that.
Yeah. So that's an example of just sort of the thought process behind some of these, but there's some of them that I wanted to bring your attention to in particular. The first one really had to do with the deletion of the City Council Rules Subcommittee. There's a reference in the ordinance to a Rules Subcommittee. As I understand it, it has not met or been formed since 2020. And among other things, that committee has a function in terms of hearing the appeals of any public records requests. Now, I will tell you, I've spoken to the city clerk, and my understanding is that at least since 2020, so over the last 6 years, we have not had any appeals of Public Records Act requests. And we average about 500 Public Records Act requests a year. But because while I was taking out the committee part, I didn't necessarily want to take out the process itself unless I really thought that was where the council wanted to go. What I've put it at is an internal administrative process that would take it to the city manager. If that's not where you want it to go, we can certainly make a change on that front. My rationale there was, A, I didn't know where else you might want it, but B, one of the things that can be challenging when you have a body as opposed to a person is that when you have to get people together, schedule a meeting, notice a meeting as a way to be able to address the appeal, that can take longer. And when it comes to Public Records Act requests, typically these are things that we can resolve relatively quickly. In my experience, usually if we're going to have something that's been at the staff level, which I think is what the ordinance was intended to, that needs to be appealed higher up in the organization, generally once it gets to the city manager and city attorney's office, any mistakes are able to be corrected. There are potentially more nuanced issues where there may still end up being disagreements with the requester. Ultimately, I don't know that that's going to necessarily benefit from going to a hearing body as opposed to, in those cases, allowing them to go directly to court. But again, that's something that we can change if the council would prefer a different structure. Another thing that I want to highlight is that there were two areas in particular. I had some concerns about the legality. I mentioned excuse me. I mentioned the San Francisco ordinance a little while ago. That one was overturned as being inconsistent with the San Francisco City Charter. I would say the rationale on that, it's a little bit unclear as to whether that would apply to Milpitas as well. The idea was essentially that by creating a city attorney, you're inherently requiring that they meet their confidentiality obligations under the Businesses and the Professions Code, and also the ethical obligations. And one of the concerns in this context would be a preempted waiver of attorney-client privilege. Council always has the ability to waive, but a preemptive waiver may not be consistent with my obligation of informed consent, which is making sure that you understand what it is you're waiving in advance. And I will also say that I do feel on that one, just, in my own opinion, as my role, I do have concerns about the ability, if that were to be effective, my ability to effectively advise you and to advise the departments on compliance in these areas. There are parts of the ordinance that I think looked at the city attorney a little bit more as though it were an enforcer. Now, if that was taken from San Francisco, that might make a little bit of sense since it's an elected city attorney position. But really where I can be effective is as an advisor And I find that if the departments and if the council members are comfortable coming to me, we're able to avoid getting into those situations to begin with, versus, if there's some fear that, the written opinion or any analysis is going to get out, it might limit the situations in which they're going to request that sort of analysis. It might, limit their willingness to come forward in certain situations. And generally, I found that compliance is much better if I'm able to effectively be advising there. I would also say a similar concern, at least on the legal side, came with the local enforcement provisions for the ordinance. By state law, there already are provisions for enforcing ordinances, and I would say more robust provisions for enforcing the Brown Act and the Public Records Act. There were some things in terms of the local enforcement provisions that I had some concerns might be inconsistent with state law. One in particular is we had a provision there that someone who sues the city under the ordinance might be liable to the city for attorney's fees in certain situations. I haven't fully analyzed. I'm not 100% convinced that the city actually has the authority to do that. I would say if that's an area the city council really wants me to take a look at, I can do more research. But as it stands right now, I actually think you probably get just as much bang for your buck by using the existing state law, and you don't have some of the more complicated legal issues that might come as to whether those ordinance provisions really are valid. You're able to rely on the established and existing processes. One other thing I wanted to highlight there was just the state timelines for the responsiveness on records requests. Currently there's a provision in the ordinance that says we'll get back to every requester within 1 day. I don't believe that we are, as a practical matter, able to meet that obligation. I think that was probably drafted in another era when records requests were for maybe like one particular document and not, I want every email on this topic. As a practical matter, I may defer to the clerk a little bit if she wants to add in on that. But in practical matter, my experience really has been it does take a little bit of time. Public Records Act has 10 days. If you want some other period of time, we could certainly craft something to that effect. But I find that 10 works well for most agencies and most requesters. And then lastly,
I want to make a comment on the Public Request Act. So there's a state bill, and I don't know what it's called, but because there's been a lot of abuse, the people just abusing that right, I guess, and it's overwhelming on staff. It's taking time, and it's just burdensome. So there is a bill out there, but I don't know what it is. Just want to look into that.
I will add there are several bills out there right now regarding the Public Records Act. All of them are still in committee, and there has been no movement forward on them.
And I will also say, just as a side note there, over the last 21 years, the Public Records Act and the Brown Act have really gotten a lot more robust than they were at the time that this was first adopted. And that actually leads into one of my next points here, which is that one of the provisions in particular had to do with certain exemptions for records under the Public Records Act request. And I will say I spent some time with that one. The vast majority of what's in there, I think, would already be required to be disclosed under the Public Records Act. And I don't know if that wasn't the case at the time the ordinance was first adopted. I don't know if that might have been unclear at the time that the ordinance was first adopted. But if there is an intent to go above and beyond there, that provision could really use some overhaul. And what I would need is some more clarity as to what it is that the council would want. There are some areas that I might be able to discern some differences, but in all candor, I can't really discern which of those differences are intentional or which might have been sort of just accidents by the way that the language was written. So clarification as to what the council would want would be helpful if that's the way that the council would want to go. And then the last point I wanted to make on these changes was, excuse me, sorry. I had mentioned the items that were duplicative with other city functions. Just wanted to call out records retention and the fees were really the two ones to highlight there. The fees is handled through an annual fee hearing process that follows a very specific statute and notice essentially to show that the fees have been justified. Just having it in the one place as opposed to the two places, I believe would be prudent. That is a recommendation that I have. And then similar, there's one provision in there that talks about retention of certain records. It's relatively limited, but you do, the typical way to tackle this would be to have a master records retention schedule. And again, when you have those things live in multiple places, you potentially have conflicts. Can we go to the next slide? So with that, the recommendation before you is to introduce and waive the first reading beyond the title of the ordinance. I have already read that out loud, so we are past that step. Replacing Title I, Chapter 310 of the Milpitas Municipal Code. Alternatively, if the council would like to make any changes to this, if I've misjudged what it is that you would want out of a revised ordinance, please just give me some direction, and I'd be happy to make those changes and bring them back to you.
You want those changes tonight? I would prefer that your common sense.
Yeah.
I
will also say that I tried to structure this in a way that would be as easy to add to or to modify as possible. So we don't have to go in, if there's something in here that or there's something not in here that you want, you could adopt this version and then ask us to go add to that later. Or if you hear from the community that there's something in particular that they would want, we can always add that on. So I tried to structure this in a way that would be as easy to do that as possible.
Okay. Is that it? Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll call for public comment on this item.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Anybody from the floor? I'll close the public comment and going back to council discussion. Let's have Councilmember Chua.
If there are no questions, I would like to introduce and waive first reading beyond the title of an ordinance repealing and replacing Title I, Chapter 310 of the Milpitas Municipal Code regarding open government.
Thank you. I think the city attorney reads that.
I read it at the beginning.
Oh, okay, you read it in the beginning. Okay. So is there a second? It sounds like you were the lawyer, so you should second it.
It's okay.
Okay. It was Councilmember Lin that seconded, and let's call for the vote.
I believe Councilmember Lamb has his microphone selected.
What was that? Oh, we have a. You had another question? Okay, sorry, I didn't see you. Okay.
Yeah, I just have a general question. After you make all the changes and modification, how do you verify there's no error in your changes?
Error in the revised ordinance?
Yes.
So it would depend on what you mean by error. So if you're talking about like...
Is there another eyes to review it or...
Yeah.
I mean...
so in terms of the ordinance review process, it's going to depend on whether something's department initiated or whether it comes from my office. In this case, my office, I did the initial drafting. I then asked the assistant city attorney to take a look, and also asked our support staff to review as well. We're looking for slightly different things, typos, et cetera. We'll be going usually to support staff in terms of substantive things. If there's any consequences I might have missed or any nuances, that's largely coming from the attorney. You've got me nervous now that I made a mistake I didn't catch.
Yes. No, I'm just thinking maybe this is good for software to review this. Like AI.
Yeah, we haven't implemented AI in my office yet. I was actually talking to IT about that a little while ago. We do have to, it sounds like the AI that we have might be something that we may be able to use. So I'm actually excited to start using that and seeing, there are ethical obligations when we deal with confidential information because we can't have the AI essentially leak it or use it to build the model. But it sounds like we already have some of those protections in place and we are excited to start using that.
Okay. Thank you.
Quickly on that.
We have Councilmember, we have Vice Mayor.
One who sues you and see if, that ordinance passes the law.
Okay,
but
Okay.
hopefully not. But yeah, that's the reality. It's people, right?
Okay, let's call for the vote.
All right, Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, thank you for that. And so now we have a couple of items that were pulled.
Oh, yeah.
That was
C4.
C4 and C5. So this one was, I pulled them. The first one was authorize the city manager and their designee to execute an amendment to the professional services agreement with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore for labor relations and other legal services. So one of the reasons why I pulled this out is because I'm surprised why 900,000 is almost $1 million. And then you have to do it by the end of June, which is a really short timeline. And I'm just, why did it take so long for this to happen? And it's quite a substantial amount of money. So I wanted some feedback from staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Kelly Parmley, HR Director. So if this contract started before my time, we came last November, and the not to exceed amount at that time was $600,000. So just a reminder that every subsequent amendment accumulates to the maximum not to exceed amount for the contract. So we've already spent funds over the last few years on this contract. So we're just asking for an additional amount of money for a not to exceed that then takes it up to $900,000.
Yeah, I know that's my issue because it's an additional, so.
So an additional $300,000 of spending authority over 2 years.
Okay.
So it's not the
Oh, I
full
see, I see.
900,000,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's an additional
Great question.
300, not
Yes,
the
300.
900,000.
Yep.
Okay, but it will be, the maximum is 900,000. So far we've spent what?
We will nearly reach the not to exceed of 600,000 by the end of this fiscal year. So by June 30th, right?
Yeah.
And that's been expenditures over time. As I was talking earlier with a couple of folks, I just want to make sure that I note the error that needs to be corrected in the second page, and the staff recommends amending the agreement. That should read 300K, not 350, and a not to exceed maximum compensation of 900K, not 950. I just am noting that for the record. But yes, so we're over 2 years. I will also offer that the city attorney and myself have had a couple of really good strategic conversations about where are the opportunities to reduce our reliance on outside counsel. The last couple of years, the ones that I've been here, a large portion of what we use these funds for is for the efficiency that comes with using LCW to do labor negotiations with their deep knowledge and understanding of labor here in California, which is particularly tricky. In the absence of having a city attorney over the last 18 months or so, we've also had to rely on them for some employee relations issues that were particularly complex. And so we expect on the employee relations side that over the next year to 18 months, we'll actually be able to reduce our reliance on outside counsel for that portion of what we spend.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah, I would say more, but I'm not going to go there. So I'm just, why is it so important to have this? Pass this?
Two reasons. This next year in particular, we've got 5 contracts up. I'm in the middle of 3 contracts. We have MPOA and IAFF to follow in the spring. We certainly will continue to use outside counsel where we have a relationship with him, with LCW in particular. So we have a relationship that both here at the city, but also in working with the labor unions. So that's a big part of the reason. The other portion is there are some really complicated, or I'll say complex employee relations issues, particularly in the space of arbitration. Those are unknown often the times, but again, our conversation with the city attorney and myself has been, how can we begin now to work on any employee relations issues where we might partner with city attorney instead of outside counsel?
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So I know that lawyers, even if you just call them, they'll charge you an arm and a leg. And so, I just want us to be really mindful of how we spend tax dollars. And that's always been the majority. I'm pretty sure all the council members are just, it's always been our mantra. We want to make sure that tax dollars are being spent wisely and that staff is conscientious of that.
I
Because
really
like I s-
appreciate the sentiment,
because-
and I've heard the message loud and clear from council over the last couple of years. Certainly, that's my job as HR director to make sure I'm managing that contract. I will also remind us that I've been for almost 6 months without an HR manager. We had a recent great hire from the city of Hayward, and so I expect that in partnership with the city attorney's office, we'll be able to handle some employee relations
Okay.
a bit different here.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
If I may, Mayor, I also just want to echo what Director Promley was saying. I think we're having some very good conversations. We are looking to be very proactive in terms of seeing what my office is able to take on. In terms of the contract itself, there are parts of this that we wouldn't have the capacity to do in-house. And where there is benefit to strategically using outside counsel in areas of particular types of expertise that can be very efficient. So I think we're moving towards that model, and I really feel very good about the conversations we've had so far.
Okay, that's good to hear. So is there any other comments on that? We have Councilmember Chua.
Seeing, you have a question? Okay, Councilmember Leanne has a question.
Okay. For the $300,000 that we are going to add on, is that because of lengthy negotiations during the past 2 years?
Yes, I want to be fair in answering that question. If you recall, our contract negotiations with IFF were 10 months in length, and then we only did 1-year extensions with our 3 unions last year, and one of those went to fact-finding, which also led to a lot of additional need for legal advice for a whole host of reasons. So yes, that contributed. The other thing is when employee relations issues reach the level of arbitration, which is complex work, it becomes more costly simply because of the time and complexity involved. So both and we had a couple of, I don't want to get too far into any details here, but inadvertently, divulging information I couldn't, or shouldn't. But we did have a couple of arbitrations that were expensive. And that's true of any agency here in California. Smaller agencies in our size typically rely on this outside counsel for the efficiency reasons that the city attorney has mentioned, simply because they're aware. But yes, in part because of some extended negotiations.
Yeah, I do hope that we can manage that better and keep it under the allowance there.
Yeah.
So with that, I'd like to move to approve this C4.
Is there any more discussion on this item? No? Okay.
No, but we
I
do
need-
need to call for public comment, Mayor. We did.
Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, so is there any more discussion on that? So we had a motion from Councilmember Lin. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and it was seconded by Vice Mayor. Let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, now moving on to C5, and I pulled this one because I wanted to find out, it's not that I'm against the acceptance of the 1-year warranty of fire station, the modular building. I just wanted to find out more or less from the chief about the other fire stations, because I mostly hear about Fire Station 1 getting, needing things, but I don't hear about the other stations, about the equipment, are they all well equipped? So I'm just concerned about that.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Jason Schoonover, served as your fire chief. So item C5 is to essentially allow Public Works to accept the project. And the project, it was the replacement of the modular building, which is actually detached from the physical fire station at Fire Station 1. It's in the rear of the training ground, and it's replacing a building that reached its useful lifespan about 4 years ago. We were forced to condemn the building. We've run out of or staff offices at Station 1. And so we rely on the modular building to house our training division, the OES director, and it also serves as a secondary classroom for more host and fire academies. In terms of the other fire stations, obviously Fire Station 3, based on its age, I believe it was constructed in 1965. That still remains our top priority when there's a funding mechanism to replace it. After that would probably be Station 4, and as you guys are aware, we were, fortunate enough to replace Station 2 about 4 years ago.
I was just concerned about their needs being met because, as I mentioned, I just mostly hear about Station 1, but I'm not against this modular. I'm for it. But I just curious why we don't get requests for the other stations. So.
Yeah, each year when we sit down with Public Works and we develop our 5-year CIP project, based on the funding that's available, we prioritize, which miscellaneous projects we can do in the stations to extend their lifespan. For example, remodel a kitchen, remodel a bathroom. That's usually, the maximum amount of funding we have. To actually physically replace Station 3, as you guys are aware, would be somewhere $15 to $20 million.
And that Station 3, that's the Sunny Hills Fire Station, right?
Correct.
I just don't want it to be neglected. That's all.
Yeah, as
that's
funding
why
becomes
I grew
available.
up, the neighborhood I grew up in. So it's an older fire station. So I guess that I wouldn't have any more questions, but with that, I would like to make a motion to approve C5. And it was motioned by myself and seconded by Councilmember Chua. Let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo? Aye. Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Okay, thank you for that. I think that's, let's do announcements now on future agenda items. And we have, to City Manager, do you have any announcements, future agenda items?
Madam Mayor and Council, no, at this time I don't. Again, I'd just like to say that we thank and respect your decision and discussion on the budget adoption tonight, and also thank staff for their hard work in putting this together for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I concur with that. I want to thank staff for all their hard work, and we were able to pass the budget. So that's a great thing. And I also want to congratulate you on your second meeting. So, I'm glad you're here. Any more discussions? We have Vice Mayor Barbadillo? Or who was it? It's Councilmember Chua.
Yeah. I do want to thank the staff as well because they came up with good suggestions on my initiative, on my policy change. And I think addressing the deficit through a policy change is what we're supposed to do as a body. And I really do want to thank Director Luz and Manager Alice for a wonderful job. Thank you. And also our executive team, City Manager and City Attorney. Thank you so much for the input.
Okay, anyone else have any more comments? We have William Lamb, Councilmember Lamb, I'm sorry.
Recently I find out we never had a citywide emergency drill. So I'm wondering maybe we could conduct all of us knows earthquake is sooner or later will hit us. So we need to make sure when that day comes, we are all prepared for it. And we never have a drill that which is citywide, and then perhaps we should have one to test out all our equipment is working. Make sure they're supposed to, especially the communications devices, working in proper order.
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarification, are you referring to a citywide disaster drill or like a city hall evacuation drill, which
Yes.
we typically, historically, we do that once a year.
I'm thinking we have a command center in the police station, and then we never test out the equipment over there.
So we actually do internal training evolutions in the Emergency Operations Center at the police department. We haven't done a full-scale exercise in a while, but we did do a exercise about 2 years ago with a consultant. It wasn't in the EOC. Actually, we started in the EOC and then we transitioned to the community room. It was for city staff and department directors that would be expected to respond to the EOC and fill critical positions. But I can certainly, coordinate something with our Office of Emergency Services and set something up.
Yeah, that would be good. Especially we want to, we know all the equipment is in place, but we never know what would happen on those, especially those hardware, whether they will work together. If in case of earthquake, the power will be out, and cell tower might be out, and we have to expect the radio has to be amongst us, and so we need to test out cases like that.
Yeah. Well, one of the benefits to the city was the police department's acquisition of the mobile command center. We were certainly grateful to get that. That's a shared resource between the police department and the fire department. And, probably Chief Hernandez can speak to more detail to it, but really one of the overarching goals of acquiring that typical apparatus was if our radio systems go down, we've got the ability to utilize satellite features and have good continuation of 911 services and dispatch services that didn't exist before we acquired that vehicle. And I know they've done a lot of training with it as well. But back to your original statement, I'm happy to coordinate a EOC drill for the city staff.
Okay.
Working through our OES director.
That would be good.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess I have no more. We have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll go back to maybe first statement before we started this meeting. I take offense of the letter from Milpitas Police Officers Association. They went beyond. This is completely degrading, disrespectful, baseless statements disseminated in the internet. Whoever wrote this, who claimed to be the president, seems to be a person who only knew the council by watching a replay of the June 2 council meeting. His position and his organization carries a weight on matters it involves with. This is reckless. By proliferating these libelous innuendos, it does not only tarnish the individual council members targeted in this email, but also the entire council, if not the entire city. I will put on record what's on the letter. Misguided questions and statements, blatant misrepresentations, made up facts, lack of appropriate preparations, greatest threat to the city. Fact, unverifiable data, made up theories and fake math. Fundamental inability to understand savings and reserves. Failure to understand budgeting, forecasting, financial planning causes panic. Criticizing the accuracy of budget numbers submitted to the council. Gaps and stated the council was being asked to make decisions data that is semi-accurate. Sky is falling, epidemic spread. It has never been exact. No one said it would be exact. Or as would say, as a slush fund where she could double out taxpayers' money if she deems fit. The council member lacks abstract math and apathy for workforce. Gotcha moment, comical flop. Budget delay ploy based on false premises. Hyper focus on the irrelevant. The graph mysteries repeated by the trio throughout the budget hearing, despite it having no bearing on the budget. Comes to work unprepared. The buck stops with the city council. Council members are taking the dog ate my homework approach to their fiscal education. They show zero knowledge of the basic financial operations of the city, demonstrate lack of any familiarity with the concept of budgeting and forecasting, and shows zero interest in fulfilling their roles as vision and direction setters. Last week's council meeting was a fiasco. Basic fiscal literacy protects our city. MPOA would be more than happy to make a donation to pay a registration fee. You can get details on this link. With that on the record, I propose a resolution condemning the president of MPOA, the organization itself, and I call for the resignation of the president of the MPOA currently for writing this letter. That's my motion.
I just want to mention that I was very shocked, I was surprised, and I did write a text to the MPOA president that it's not like them. I was really surprised. So I'm not going to second your motion, but I do want to bring this to light that I hope that he's listening, and I hope that for some reason I feel that it was orchestrated, it was political. I feel that someone else was making those decisions, and I can't prove it, but my gut tells me that someone was there trying to politicize this issue to make the council, the majority of the council, put in a bad light. And as I mentioned in the very beginning, we're just here to do our job, to protect, make sure that our resources are spent wisely. That's why the voters, they elect people to make some wise decisions. And I'm hoping that the MPO president will see that it was not cool. And I hope that you and him can meet. I really do. I think that would be the best way. I think that's a better way to have that conversation. So.
He was talking here. I was waiting for my time to speak. I thought that the leadership of MPA will here to stay. I prepared double to prove to them that my intentions are right. What are they doing? They're fiddling with their phones while people are talking. So I don't know. So that's my resolution. Regardless if this council approves that resolution, that's my thoughts, that's my free speech, as the free speech that they tried to exercise, which are distorted.
Well, I do agree. It seemed it was like a character assassination to me, but I feel that talking it out is the best way. I still feel that way. So if anybody else wants to second that motion, or just let it have the MPOA, it maybe the chief can talk to him and have some kind of conversation. I don't know if you want to get involved or not, but anyway. If there's anybody else that has a comment, we have Councilmember Chua.
I read the letter 4:00 in the morning, this morning, and me too, I was shocked because we never had this before. There's always an open communication between us, the council, and I think MPOA and the firefighters union as well, 1699. They all, I mean, the firefighters, they always come to me before big decisions are made. They always voice out their opinion and their comments, their concerns. And I always tell them when they call, I said, I'm going to listen to you, but I don't make my decisions. I make my decisions at the dais after I listen to everybody. And the takeaway for me here is the miscommunication or lack of communication between the MPOA. I look at the president as well. You know, I'm open. You know, you text me and you say, "Can I have an hour of your time, Councilmember Chua?" And I'm always there. It's just this incident is kind of it's not right. It's not the way that we should communicate to one another. We're here to service the residents, and you're here to service the residents as well. So I would like to suggest that be open, and that I look for the leadership of the executive team of the police department to follow that through. And I don't know what you can do about it if MPOA is a separate entity from the executive team, but we lack that communication. And that I'm not gonna support a resolution that Vice Mayor recommended, but I would like to see some form of communication moving forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Lam has a hand raised.
Yeah, I also felt shocking to read that letter, especially from the president of Milpitas Police Officer Association. I'm shocking because the fact is not correct. I feel like a lot of sentences, as the vice mayor has pointed out, is political, and the mayor pointed out also is political motivated, and also it's not true. So as a president of MPOA, why would someone like that would make statements which damage the city's councils? So it's very shocking and also upsetting for all of us. Yeah. As Councilmember Chua has said, communication is one of the big factors, and I feel like they are not willing to even communicate with us, and based on non-factual evidence, then they roll up a letter which doesn't represent the facts. That's very damaging to our city and to the city councils. I don't know what to say, but it's more communication near between the council and perhaps the UN members. But I agree that person wrote such a letter should not be at that position.
Thank you for that. Did you want to make any comment, Chief?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. I think that it's really important to explicitly state, and Councilmember Chua just said this in what she had said, that the police department is not represented by the union. The police department and the police department's union, the MPOA, are two separate entities. So they do not speak on behalf of the department as a whole or me as a chief of police. And I think it's important for the community to understand that as a labor group. They are, by law, allowed to organize and do their activities that they do. They're able to negotiate. As a chief of police, I'm not involved in that. But I do think that as an observer in today's council meeting, as well as a reader of that on the Milpitas Rants and Raves, there is a fractured relationship, and communication or lack of communication is a key factor in what was written. And I also think that if the vice mayor or any council member for that matter is interested in having a conversation and thinks that I could aid in bringing that union together for the conversation, even as a chief of police, I'm happy to do so. It's a difficult situation. What we're witnessing is different perspectives on, and this is not through a conversation with anybody, but just through listening today at the public comment, where a lot of the union members, 3 of the union members spoke. Their perspective on their observances of what they heard to them is their reality. And I believe that the letter was written as a result of that. It doesn't mean anybody's right or wrong or whatever. We can debate the approach that was taken. But the reality is that there was more than the POA here. There was a lot of labor groups here today. And whatever message or however we're communicating with each other in any given circumstance, we have to be sensitive to what we say and how it can be received. I'm not casting judgment or sides. I'm just saying that's the reality of life. And I think for whatever reason, those two things weren't in alignment. I think that we have a council that is well-intended. I had the opportunity to sit in the city manager seat for a few months, and I've got to work with you guys on a different level. And I had a chance to get to know you guys in a different way. But a lot of the people, a lot of the public, unless you know them personally, only see what they see in those council meetings. They only hear what they hear in the council meetings. And on the dais, the dialogue isn't always complete. Sometimes comments don't fully get vetted, they don't fully get explained, and the context is sometimes missing. And what I see is that that was a major issue in how this whole thing unfolded. And so the police department is not the union is not the police department, although our members of the police department are union members. I think that's really important for the public to understand. And I will leave it at that.
Well, thank you for that, and I think Councilmember Lin has a comment.
I believe that working out, come to the understanding between the two parties is important. And if you would aid that, that would be great. Again, we are in a city together, different positions, but we care for our city deeply. And we want to make sure that we are all adults dealing with problems, work out the problems to come to the understanding that what matters most is the city. And I'm happy that you're willing to help. So we're going to put that on your shoulder now.
Thank you for that. So, yeah, I'm hoping that you guys can have a meeting of the minds, and with your help. On a positive note, I wanted to share. So, Charmaine was able to finish the Milpitas brochure. It's really nice. And she said that they put it in all the hotels. They were going to put it at the airport, but however, they charge. So it's really nice. So when you have a chance, take a look at it. She did a great job. All right. And because FIFA is now officially on, and we also have the ads at the light rail stations, and hopefully we'll bring in more business to our restaurants and so forth. All right, well, everyone have a great night, and like I said, we're ending this in a positive note, and we're moving on forward. Thank you. Good night.